spirit of charity and justice, that they may in all things walk before you with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully serve in their several offices through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of our people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Together the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency, the President. Announcements by Your Honor, President.
Under announcements, since we last met, we had the sad news of the passing of a former member of this chamber, Senator Professor Frank Allen. I ask you to join me in a moment of remembrance. May he rest in peace. Thank you. I received for confirmation minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, March 5th, 2023. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the confirmation of the aforementioned minutes.
The question is that the minutes stand confirmed. All of the senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. Minutes stand confirmed. Sorry. Oh. Yes. My apologies, I have the wrong note in front of me. Let us cancel that confirmation. The minutes for confirmation are actually minutes of our meeting on February 15th, 2023. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on Wednesday, February 15, 2023.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting of Wednesday, February 15th, 2023 stand confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Those minutes definitely stand confirmed. Thank you very much. My apologies. Under further announcements, I have indications of late arrival from Senator Monique Tate, Senator Kevin Boyce, just those two. No further announcements.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers, reports from select committees, questions from ministers, request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries, personal explanations, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate moved by minister.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 45-2 for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 45-2 be suspended for the remainder of the sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. That Standing Order stands suspended for the remainder of the sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the following items. Passing of a resolution for
Bills.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the Appropriation Bill 2023. Notice of this was given on the 17th of March, 2023.
The question is that the Appropriations Bill 2023 be read a first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Public business, sir.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 4, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2023.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I rise on this occasion to introduce the measures which are covered under the respective heads for the government's appropriation bill for the financial year 2022 to 2023. Mr. President, I am going to speak today about the government's program over the last financial year. I am, of course, going to speak about the macroeconomic framing of the government's program for the last few financial years, specifically the last 3 years or so, 4 years almost, and then the period obviously since 2018. And those then will be the framing, the contextual framing, Mr. President, for what the government is proposing to do in these estimates of expenditure contained in the appropriation bill, and thereafter the projections for government expenditure for the next 3 years, Mr. President, as represented in our projections. Mr. President, I do not have to say to anyone in this room, neither do I have to say to anyone in the public that the last few years, from 2018 till now, have been difficult years. I don't have to say that to anyone, Mr. President. I don't think that I have to say to anyone that we have had any number of financial difficulties that have resulted in us having to make adjustments to our expenditure, which would then result in changes in how government approaches its public policy planning. But Mr. President, as I was preparing for today's debate, I took the time, Mr. President, to go all the way back to 1991, when we were last in an IMF program. I took the time, Mr. President, to look back at speeches from 1991 and budgetary presentations and estimates of expenditure from the period 1991 to today's date. I took the time, Mr. President, to look at what governments across both sides of the political aisle have done as they adjust to the external factors that have affected our country, Mr. President. 1991, we had what was then termed as the greatest financial crisis that we were navigating. When this administration, the Barbados Labour Party, lost the government in 2008, we then heard the government on the other side at the time speaking about the recessionary climate that they found themselves navigating. Mr. President, before that, in 2001, we navigated the exigencies created by September 11th and the threat of international terrorism. Mr. President, in the post-1994 period, we navigated Barbados's and the developing world's accession to the World Trade Organization and what liberalization of commitments meant for economies. And in particular, we navigated what they meant for small, open economies like Barbados that are vulnerable to external shocks. When we came to office, or as the honorable member, an honorable member from the other place often describes it, when we first came to service in 2018, Mr. President, I also look back at the commentary about where Barbados stood at that time. We knew, and I don't need to say to anyone here whether or not you sit on this side of the partisan divide or on the other side, or you are an independent and you just, all of us are Barbadians, and so we navigate Barbados identically, irrespective of which side of the political divide we sit on. And so it is not up for question, Mr. President, that in 2018, when this administration came to office, that we were navigating, again, one of the most significant challenges that we have faced in terms of recessionary climate. I am going to talk in my presentation today about what that looked like in 2018, but I'm going to draw parallels between what previous estimates of expenditure and previous macroeconomic policy frameworks looked like all the way back from 1991. As I looked at the late Right Honourable Professor Owen Arthur, for example, and I took the time to go through a lot of his speeches in Parliament over the years. Each time, he chronicled the difficulties that the country was facing, why those difficulties were being navigated, what was required of countries around the globe, and what Barbados specifically, which was our responsibility, was going to do to adjust to those crises. He talked about what Barbados was doing domestically, what our national policy making frameworks needed to look like, and how we needed to be able to pivot. He called it counter mitigation strategies in many of his presentations, Mr. President, because we accept, above all else, as researchers, as social scientists, that small, open economies like Barbados are always required to implement counter mitigation strategies to deal with exogenous or external shocks. And I have just listed a few of them: 1994, 1991, 2001, 2018, and we are now living through, in terms of parliamentarian decision-making, the 2018 counter mitigation measures as outlined in these current estimates of expenditure. In his farewell to Parliament in 2018, Mr. President, I was intrigued at how his words were almost prophetic in 2018. These are the words that the late Right Honourable Professor Owen Arthur said in his introductory remarks on his farewell. He said, "The next Parliament will have to preside over the greatest challenges that have ever been faced in this country. The greatest ever. They will have to make the greatest adjustments ever. They will have to do it with a certainty of confidence that this generation of parliamentarians are no less equal to national development and the challenges of development than any other previous generation of parliamentarians." This was what the late Right Honourable Owen S. Arthur said in his 2018 farewell speech to Parliament. Those were his opening words. We came to office to navigate what we understood then to be the greatest challenge to national development that this country had ever faced. We understood those challenges in 2018, Mr. President, to be specific to our fiscal crisis. We understood, Mr. President, that in 2018, at the end of March 2018, the total external debt stood at $3.167 billion. Total domestic debt stood around, Mr. President, $11.86 billion. Total public sector debt, as at 2018, as we understood those greatest challenges to be, stood at US $9.09 billion. We understood, Mr. President, that our debt to GDP at that time in 2018, Mr. President, was 178.764% of annual GDP at 2018. That was what the late Right Honorable ONS Arthur understood to be the greatest challenge that we needed to be equal to in terms of national development. We knew as an administration, even in opposition, that we had high public debt. We knew that we had expensive public debt, and I will come to that as I go along because there is debt and there is debt. We knew that there was high public debt. We knew that at the time, 68 cents of every dollar earned in this country, whether by taxes or by growth and investment, was going to service expensive debt. That was what we knew in 2018, Mr. President. And that was what the Right Honorable Owen Arthur was speaking about in terms of the scale of the adjustment. Now, what did this administration do facing those greatest challenges as we understood them at 2018? Mr. President, this administration, we all know, we lived through it. We made some difficult decisions. We approached those difficult decisions, Mr. President, with what he described was needed, a certainty of confidence that we were equal to the task. They were not always popular or easy decisions, Mr. President, but we had to approach them with a certainty of confidence that it was what was necessary. And so on that basis, Mr. President, immediately after we came to office, we made the decision that we would have a selective default. We chose to default on our debt, and we entered immediately thereafter, Mr. President, a debt restructuring, starting first with our external debt, and then we navigated the domestic debt restructuring. There were painful decisions, Mr. President. But the context for that, Mr. President, also would have been that we were navigating multiple downgrades by the international sovereign ratings agencies on the status of Barbados' fiscal affairs. We knew that whether it was Standard & Poor, Moody's, or any of the others, it was not the Barbados Labour Party saying that Barbados was in a fiscal crisis. It was not the former Prime Minister who led the Barbados Labour Party, and who I am quoting this morning, who said Barbados had a fiscal crisis. It was not the Barbados-based entities alone who were saying that we had to close the fiscal gap because our debt was unsustainable. It was not just us alone that was saying that our debt was expensive debt. So whether, again, you sit on either side of the partisan divide and your emotions want to push you in one direction or the other, the independent analysis of Barbados' fiscal position at 2018 was that Barbados' debt was unsustainable, Barbados' debt was too expensive, and Barbados was in trouble. And we saw Barbados go to its lowest state ever in its history with the ranking of our sovereign debt by all of the ratings agencies. And so, yes, some of the decisions that we had to make back in 2018 in preparation for dealing with these greatest challenges to face our nation were difficult ones. But the scale of the adjustment had to include everyone. It could not have been, Mr. President, that a government coming to office and dealing with the kind of challenges that were being described locally and globally could make decisions that were only affecting some, but not all. So no, we did not like the domestic debt restructuring, and we did not like that we had to shave in some instances and had to take haircuts. That was not what we wanted. That was not what anybody who had invested their own capital would have wanted. But in the interest of ensuring that we were equal to the task of national development, those were decisions that were made in 2018. Mr. President, not only did this government in 2018 demonstrate that we were navigating those fiscal crises and we had to make adjustments, I want to spend a moment to share with you what that adjustment looked like. I already have shared, Mr. President, that at the end of 2017, as we approached 2018, debt to GDP was around 176.8%. By the end of March 2020, at the start of the pandemic, and the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, in his writings in 2018, in his speech to Parliament, in his farewell to Parliament, could not have anticipated, unless he was Jesus Christ himself, he could not have anticipated, Mr. President, that what he saw in 2018 as the greatest challenge that this country had ever faced, a fiscal crisis, would have been compounded by the first pandemic since the Spanish flu in the 1930s. But that notwithstanding, Mr. President, this administration came to office and got to work. And so by the start of the pandemic, as it affected Barbados in 2020, we had taken our debt to GDP ratio to 117% by the end of March 2020. Mr. President, in the course of 10 years, our debt was at 176.8% of GDP as at the end of 2017. By 2020, in just 2 short years, this government and its economic team brought the debt down to 117% of GDP. Mr. President, as at the end of last year, despite the last 2+ years of a pandemic where revenues plummeted, expenditure soared, revenue went in one direction and expenditure went in the opposite direction, this small economy still, despite that, never got back to 176.8% of GDP. We are still, Mr. President, at under 126% of GDP, despite the adjustments that had to be made, Mr. President, despite that. So I hear the pundits speaking about debt. I hear them talking about borrowing. And I want to take a moment, Mr. President, again, because I'm going to spend the time today making sure I explain this in context for Barbadians. Mr. President, in my presentation, in my preparations for today, I took the time to go through, like, as I said, some of these speeches, some of these presentations. In 2004, Mr. President, Owen Arthur, in his presentation to Parliament on the estimates, on the appropriation bill, he talked about how a small open economy like Barbados would navigate external shocks. He was talking about how Barbados has to be able to balance growth, and I will spend some time on growth in my presentation because I expect that to be an important part of the conversation. How a small economy like Barbados has to be able to balance domestic intervention in growth, private investment in the sectors to be able to stimulate growth on the private sector side, simultaneous with foreign borrowing. And he went on in his presentation, Mr. President, to say, Barbados has to ensure that over the preceding periods of expansion, this is up to 2004, that we had stored up enough buffer resources, especially in relation to our foreign exchange reserves, to absorb any reversal of our fortunes. He said, there was therefore at the time no need for us to rely only on the international financial institutions to mount a rescue mission on our behalf, as was the case in 1981 and then again in 1991. We all know what happened in 1991. There was an adjustment that took place then too. So the question of borrowing has to be situated within the context of domestic intervention in the market by growth and development interventions. It has to also be buttressed by investment in the economy, and it also has to be managed by strong fiscal policies that allow for macroeconomic frameworks to evolve with a certainty of confidence that national development is what we as a government and technical officials throughout the public service are up to, and that the task before us is no less or no greater than those who went before us, and we are equal to the task. He said, it is important that we always understand the causes of recent reversals if we are to chart the proper course forward. We are here today, Mr. President, to chart the course forward. We are here presenting what this administration not only has done, which is to restore confidence in the Barbados economy, notwithstanding what some who in their bubbles may think is not a demonstration of confidence, because I don't know, Mr. President, how Standard & Poor, Moody's, and all of those who have inspired the lack of confidence through their independent assessments and rankings up to 2018, up to B- and C, even ratings of our sovereign debt, up to now in 2023, notwithstanding the intervention of a pandemic, notwithstanding an external and the domestic debt restructuring, notwithstanding a hurricane, notwithstanding any of those external factors that were outside of our control, Mr. President, Barbados still has maintained a stable investment grading from every single international ratings agency that has assessed Barbados. So let us be clear that there is a narrative that is fake news, and there is a narrative that is independently verified by those who do not sit among the corridors of the Barbados Labour Party administrators. There are those who have been very clear that there is a statement of confidence in what has been done by this government. But I go further, Mr. President. We're not just talking about the ratings agencies. If that were so, some may still try to dismiss it. But it is more than the ratings agencies, Mr. President. The International Monetary Fund is not just an entity that comes in and gives us low-interest money. Prime Minister has spoken at great length on multiple occasions, Mr. President, about the cheapest money in town. And it is true, because all debt is not expensive debt. And when you are having bullet loans, and when you are having ballooning interest rates, depending on what happens at a given time, that is expensive money. There are people who in this country, Mr. President, for the purpose of being able to quickly borrow money, are facing extortionary, because that's really what we have to call it, extortionary interest rates, sometimes at 22.5%. 21.5%, Mr. President. So you may go and borrow a little $5,000 here. And if your $5,000 is not repaid now, 22.5% every single month is being levied on that principal. And that's compounded interest. So even if you try, you can't pay that off anywhere close to what you are navigating. That is the reality of what some interest rates may look like in this country. So in the interest of making sure that everybody understands the simplicity of what this is, I don't want to make it fancy in terms of international financial organizations. If you go and borrow $5,000 and you got to pay back 12, that's a problem, Mr. President. That's expensive money. You pay back more than twice what you borrowed in the first place. That's why you get the 68 cents of every dollar going towards debt. But when you borrow money at 2% maximum on average, or 1.5% on average, and you are spending it in public investment and public infrastructure, and then that, Mr. President, brings you down to 23 cents in every dollar, that is not bad debt. It is not unsustainable debt, Mr. President. That is not fake news. That is the reality, and that is the story of leadership Mr. President. That is a story of the certainty of confidence that the Prime Minister has brought to this administration, the government has brought to this administration, and our technical officials, because they have to be credited, Mr. President, for staying the course, even though it has been difficult. They too have shown a certainty of confidence that they are no less up to the task than previous technical officials in all of our ministries than those that went before them, Mr. President. So let us be clear that this administration has still navigated national development, established the priorities, and I will go through what many of those priorities are and what the growth trajectory is, and then I will spend some time speaking about my own ministry and the areas for which I have direct responsibility and oversight, Mr. President. We also got to office in 2018, Mr. President, and found arrears. At the end of 2017, Mr. President, arrears stood at $1.9 billion at the end of 2017. $1.9 billion with a B, not with an N, with an M. By the start of the pandemic, Mr. President, the certainty of confidence that what we were doing was what was right and what was just and what was in the interest of national development brought those arrears down to under $100 million by the start of the pandemic. And those arrears continue to be on a downward trajectory, Mr. President. That is leadership. That is a certainty of confidence that we are up to the task, Mr. President. We had a historical low of foreign reserves. And if you recall, I just said, Mr. President, that the Right Honorable Owen Alpha talked about ensuring, he said, that we have to ensure that we have enough buffer resources, especially in relation to our foreign exchange reserves. We came to office in 2018 and the dollar was under threat because our foreign exchange were at a historical low. Owen Alpha said this in 2004, and I'll read it again. We have to ensure that Barbados has stored up enough buffer resources, especially in relation to our foreign exchange reserves, to absorb any reversals. Mr. President, international reserves took a historical low at $440 million in May of 2018 when we came to office. They now stand in excess of $3 billion, $3 billion, and they may even be higher, Mr. President, as a result of additional resources that have come in over the last month. Barbados is at a historical high, having come from a historical low. That is a certainty of confidence, Mr. President. That is a certainty of leadership that is up to the challenges of national development, notwithstanding what is being thrown at this little island, Mr. President. We have seen, Mr. President, that prior to the pandemic, in financial years 2018 and 2019, and then 2019 and 2020, that we had primary surpluses that then allowed Barbados, notwithstanding an external debt restructuring, notwithstanding a domestic debt restructuring, then put additional resources into beginning the process led by this government of nation building. And that, Mr. President, is where I want to anchor the remaining section of my comments this morning. We have, despite the intervention of COVID-19, a hurricane, and a volcano, we have still kept our debt on a clear downward trajectory, Mr. President. I want to be clear, a clear downward trajectory. Now, Mr. President, what are some of the key things that we have been able to accomplish? I mentioned the arrears just now. In less than 2 years, up until 2020 when the pandemic began, we had cleared 87% of the arrears that had been accumulated in the preceding 10 years. It took the Barbados Labour Party 2 years to clear 87% of the arrears that the Democratic Labour Party accumulated in 10. If that is not a certainty of confidence and a certainty in leadership, Mr. President, then I don't know what that is. We now remain today current on all government obligations. I did not say some. I did not say the majority. I said all government obligations. We have also been able to focus on social spending, and the minister with responsibility for health sits in this honorable chamber, and I expect that he is going to speak at some time, and he will share on the issues under his direct responsibility. But what I can say, Mr. President, is that when I looked at the estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of Health prior to the pandemic, during the pandemic, and now in this financial year, Mr. President, we saw a massive spike in expenditure under the Ministry of Health during the period of the pandemic, where a government committed to national development did not say to Barbadians, fend for yourself, rep for yourself. We are going to invest instead, which is what we said, in social spending and in health expenditure. What government that does not care does that, Mr. President? During those years, we could already talk about growth. We could plan growth. We could project for where we want to go. But you had a country that had the bottom taken out of its economy in 2020, where the revenue loss from government was in excess of $600 million. Government had the bottom of its economy taken out from its main foreign exchange earner. What is that sector? I spent 2.5 years sitting in that chair, the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport. In the first part of 2020, Mr. President, there were 2,000 arrivals in this country. 2,000 arrivals in this country, Mr. President. Do we know what that translates into? 2,000. This is a country, Mr. President, that on an annual basis sees an approximate 1.2 million people passing through this country. And for 6 months, we had 2,000. That is nothing to sniff at, Mr. President. Nothing to sniff at. So what do those 1.2 million people translate into, Mr. President? And I go back to the Right Honorable Owen Arthur in his commentary. He spoke in 2001, Mr. President, and I liked some of the things that he said there, in particular about the role that we must play in the importance of the tourism sector. I want to take a minute to share that with you. Because he was speaking this year, this was the 2004 year, actually, my apologies, Mr. President. He was speaking at the time about the role that the tourism sector plays in stimulating domestic demand and the fight for, and the investment in the productive sectors overall. He said this, Mr. President. I'm going to find it, but while I do that, Mr. President, let me just take a minute to say something else that he mentioned that I'm going to come to in a moment, but I'll speak to it in the course of my own presentation on my ministry. He went on to say here, Mr. President, that in 2004, the hallmarks for managing a small economy that is dependent on the tourism sector will mean that the scope of adjustment is often small. The range of options are limited, but the potential for catastrophic failure is vast. He went on to say that they had seen an increase in the number of arrivals in the tourism sector, and that there had to be an investment in ensuring that, and this is a current conversation which continues today, Mr. President. He said, and I just lost where I had it after finding it at great effort. Anyway, I'll find it, Mr. President, but the point that he was making there, if I can't quote him directly, he said, the expansion of the domestic economy to account for the number of persons who are not based in Barbados allow for the investment in the productive sectors by manufacturing, increased consumption by a population that in summary expands from 280,000 persons to over 1 million persons consuming goods and services. Now, what are those goods and services, Mr. President? It means that an export-oriented sector like the tourism sector then has to be in a position to deal with what? Here it goes. he went on to say, in the economic environment after September 11th, he was speaking in 2004, we search for and are coming close to applying the ideal mix of policies which balance the need for us to look at the productive sectors, including manufacturing and agriculture, while not imposing burdens that are excessive on tourism and international business activity. And so there is this mix of policy interventions that he was prescribing back in 2004 as the country navigated recovering from the 2001 terrorist attacks in New York City and Washington, D.C., and now here, Barbados navigating what has to be the response going forward, the mix of policies, the mix of sectors, the mix of interventions as we navigate post-2018, the fiscal crisis that he spoke about, and 2020, what he could not have foreseen and what we have lived through, a pandemic that has affected all of our productive sectors. So here is what we are navigating, Mr. President. We had a BERT program in 2018. That was a homegrown economic program that looked at macroeconomic policy, that established what the parameters were for the first IMF program. And the IMF, as I said before, is not just providing cheap money, but it is providing the oversight alongside with the BERT Oversight Committee, which is private sector led, not by the government of Barbados. It is private sector led along with the labor unions under the social partnership. They are providing under BERT 2 the oversight over what these macroeconomic policies and the mix of macroeconomic policies will look like for the government of Barbados. But what have they been able to do? We are now looking, Mr. President, to be able to ensure that the 60% of GDP debt anchor is projected to be reached by 2035, 2036. And the projections are that with the mix of policies that the government has introduced and been anchoring so far, Mr. President, that we are expecting to reach that as a result of primary surpluses backed by economic recovery and structural reforms. Over the course of the coming 2 days, we will speak more about what those structural reforms are. But what we have seen, Mr. President, in summary, are the following things. The 2018-2019 debt restructuring resulted in a large reduction in debt service, as I've already established, 68 cents in a dollar to 23 cents in a dollar. And because the government has made the decisions to either swap long-term debt or discounted debt and restructured securities that now have a longer grace period and maturity along with lower interest rates. That is what this government has been able to accomplish. It's not what we are proposing to do only going forward. You can see it whether you want to see it or not. It is there in paper and in assessments for all to see. We also now have, Mr. President, under some of our external debt, restructured external debt, where there is a 5-year grace period due only from 2025 onwards with a much smoother debt service profile than was originally anticipated before the restructuring. We also are seeing, Mr. President, the assessment saying that short-term debt continues to point to a low risk with a small annual decrease in the total share of debt, Mr. President. And so we are seeing, as a result of COVID, that there was in 2021 an elevated level. We expected that because, Mr. President, let us be honest and let us be fair. The government did not, and I started to say that earlier, the government did not stop spending on health care. The government would have spent on Harson's Point. The government spent on the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. The government spent on provision of COVID vaccines. The government provided free testing to Barbadians for over 2 years, Mr. President. The government then would have ensured that Barbadians were able to benefit from health care. All of the equipment that was needed, that was not donated in some instances by certain charities who came alongside government and recognized the importance of that support to the national effort in the interest of national public health at the time, Mr. President. Those are things that the government spent on. The government then decided that it was going to keep that foreign exchange earning sector afloat. And it spent resources, Mr. President, in ensuring that the tourism sector was anchored by the BEST program and assigned and allocated over $300 million to support the tourism sector. One, to provide direct support for the re-employment, for the re-engagement of employees and workers. 2, to ensure that there was greening, and I will come to greening over the course of my comments, that there was support for digitalization, because those are things, Mr. President, that will bring us into the third decade of the 20th century, the third decade of the 20th century, Mr. President, and that there was also to be the connection between the productive sectors, namely agriculture and manufacturing. But the government didn't stop there. The government still invested in the transportation sector by ensuring that pandemic or pandemic not, that we were able to introduce electric buses to take our energy costs down, Mr. President. When we talk about state-owned enterprises, we talk about state-owned enterprises and state-owned enterprise reform, and I hear a lot of chatter about state-owned enterprise reform. When I spent the time going back through estimates, debates, and even budgetary presentations all the way back to 1991, I can see no evidence of specific details on reform processes being embedded in that context. That's not the place for that. That is broad macroeconomic policy, and the government will make determinations over time on what the specific standalone reforms will look like as part of a conversation. But there's a social partnership, Mr. President, and I happen to sit in that social partnership in my role as minister, and I'm 100% certain that my memory hasn't failed me. But there have been discussions in the context of that social partnership on the framework for how reforms in the SOEs will take place. That is my recollection. And some of the people who are in the newspaper, over the last day or so, I remember, maybe I could be mistaken, they were there in the meeting. They sit in the social partnership where I sit. So if I heard it in the social partnership, I didn't hear it in cabinet on its own. I didn't hear it in parliament, Mr. President, but I could be mistaken. Maybe memory does fail me, but I believe that some of the people speaking sit in the social partnership along with all of us where these discussions were held. So if they don't recall, Mr. President, maybe I don't either, and we may all be mistaken together. But I don't think we're mistaken together. At least I know I'm not. So in the fullness of time, government in standalone initiatives will speak about all of the reforms that need to be undertaken, and I will speak today, Mr. President, about those that fall under my own remit. I am reminded, Mr. President, that in the midst of the pandemic, a government with plummeting revenues spent over $20 million on the Harsons Point facility. $20 million on the Harsons Point facility. You know, Mr. President, I feel like sometimes, and we've said this before in this place, sometimes the Barbados Labour Party, we are our own worst enemy. We sometimes do things, we rush in. We say, look, don't worry about that place being overgrown up in St. Lucie. Don't worry about that. It's overgrown, vagrants have overtaken it. The bush taller than some people, I believe the Honorable Attorney General and the Prime Minister may have gone up there themselves, taller than them, and the Honorable Attorney General is not a short man. And the grass tall up to all, abandoned for ages, Mr. President. And in 6 weeks, this Barbados Labour Party decide you could come and turn a whole dilapidated facility into a state-of-the-art COVID facility. Woman, I tell them on herself. Woman, make it look too easy, Mr. President. In 6 weeks, woman ain't serious. Wanna come and remove 87% of arrears in 2 years, and the Democratic Labour Party accumulated it in 10 and didn't touch it. Wanna make it look too easy. We make it look too easy, Mr. President, so that way people could talk all kind of things now, because they don't realize the effort that goes into a certainty of confidence that we are up to the charge of what this country needs in this time, Mr. President. We ain't guessing, you know, Mr. President. Our record in the last almost 5 years speaks for itself. We ain't guessing. I don't remember us having any downgrades, despite a pandemic, despite a hurricane, despite a fiscal crisis in 2018, we had not one. I don't remember us, Mr. President, having anybody raising issues except they have a partisan slant about the confidence in the Barbados economy and in our fiscal affairs, Mr. President, unless they got partisan slant. I don't remember, Mr. President, anybody questioning that Barbados did not deserve to be recognized by the World Health Organization at the global level, the Pan American Health Organization at the regional level for its leadership in navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. And that leadership came with expenditure, Mr. President. It didn't come with talk, cheap, idle talk, Mr. President. It came with action, a certainty of confidence and leadership. So, Mr. President, we are now here in 2023. We are now navigating what our next steps need to be, having saved the dollar, having restructured the debt, lowered our debt profile, invested in social spending, shored up our health services sector, recovered in the tourism sector, Mr. President. Everywhere you turn, you see tourists left, right, and center. You cannot get a reservation. You cannot get a hotel booking. We went from 2,000 visitors in this country in 2020 for 6 months to now, Mr. President, likely to exceed the projections. When I left the Ministry of Tourism in October 2022, we expected that we were going to be at recovery rate. We have now exceeded recovery, Mr. President. That is a certainty of confidence, Mr. President. We have put our hands to the plow and we have not removed it. Mr. President, we now are going into a conversation about where we go next. So we have, not for guessing, but it is written and articulated for all to see. We have that mix of macroeconomic policy that provides us with the buffer of foreign exchange reserves. I talked about that. We talked about navigating what our debt profile looks like. I talked about that. Now we're talking about where we're going next, Mr. President. So we're now talking about growth. We're now talking about growth because during the period of 2018 through 2020, we were talking about growth. We expected that between those 2 years, we would have restructured the economy, managed our fiscal affairs, dealt with the debt, and then we were on a growth trajectory. But then COVID said, look me here. COVID said, hold that. We're not hold tight. And Barbados then had to keep its head above water. And we were in survival mode. But we were not just in survival mode, Mr. President. We were always planning with a certainty of confidence that this little nation would rise again. And I want to again go back. I'm anchoring my comments today that in the words of the Right Honorable Owen Arthur deliberately, because I don't want it to be a no conversation. Mr. President, in 2001, he said, the great poet Ovid many years ago reminded us that there is no excellence without difficulty. He said, since I last had the honor to address this honorable chamber, our nation has had to endure more than an ordinary measure of economic difficulty. This is where I want to land, Mr. President. He said this, it may, however, be said of the Barbadian personality that our greatest character is to be found not in never falling, but rising every time we fall, Mr. President. He went on to say, and so, although the times have been tough and the challenges testing, our little nation has weathered its difficulties well. That was in 2001. Mr. President, I stand here today in 2023 to say to you that although the times have been tough and the challenges testing, our little nation has weathered its difficulties well, Mr. President. In 2023, his words are as true as they were in 2001. That is the certainty of confidence, and that is a stock of which this Barbados Labour Party is built, Mr. President. That is a stock from which we come, Mr. President. And so now we're talking about growth. Now we're talking about where we can go next. What's the next anchor of the economy, Mr. President, having come out of survival. We have 4 tenets that I want to share with you in my macroeconomic framing of where we are as a country. 1, a growth strategy that incentivizes the private sector to invest in the green transition in energy, my head, which I will cover, tourism, transport and agriculture, boosts the competitiveness of existing sectors, diversifies the economy with the fostering of new niches, and improves the doing business environment, while modernizing, Mr. President, the public infrastructure to adapt to the new realities of a climate crisis. That's a real thing. Our Prime Minister has been walking the length of the breadth of the globe talking about what Barbados is navigating with this climate crisis. We've been talking about the net zero transition by 2030. We have the Deputy President of this Honorable Chamber who has anchored many of those discussions also globally and in the Forum of the United Nations on what the climate crisis means to small developing nations like Barbados. And Mr. President, I take great pride. Many years ago, up until 2018, my very last article in a newspaper before joining the Senate and ending my writing was about not a crisis of confidence in Barbados' fiscal affairs. It wasn't about a crisis of confidence in Barbados' confidence about Barbados' debt profile. It wasn't about whether or not we had sustainable debt. Mr. President, my heart hurt me, my stomach burned me. I could not process, Mr. President, that Barbados' public image globally have been so defiled by a lack of leadership at home and abroad, that I remember a certain person saying to me that they were at a meeting, I believe they were in Nairobi, and a representative from Barbados stood up and spoke. And they talked so much gibberish, Mr. President, that if they had stuck to the script that the technical officials had provided for them, they would have been better off. That was prior to us. That was not anyone on this side, for sure. And they were so traumatized, Mr. President. I remember them saying to me, they got up and went into the bathroom and cried. They could not imagine that this was what their beloved Barbados had come to. That was my last article that I wrote on in 2018, Mr. President, before we came to office, the last published article. Barbados lost its leadership position. We were no longer punching above our weight, Mr. President. People kept meeting us all across the region. What happened to Barbados? People kept meeting us internationally. What happened to Barbados? What's going on with Barbados? But Mr. President, we now have a Prime Minister who is being called by the leaders of the free world in some of the most advanced economies of the world to speak on a range of issues, including and in particular on issues relating to the climate crisis. Barbados has demonstrated not just leadership, but such exemplary leadership on the global stage that she is sought after, and Barbados, by extension, by all and sundry agencies. I have traveled, Mr. President, earlier this year. I had the opportunity, the honor to represent Barbados at the International Renewable Energy Assembly in Abu Dhabi. And I traveled to Abu Dhabi, and I was in the role of Minister of Energy for all of 2 seconds. I had just taken up office in October, end of October at that, and by January, I was representing Barbados in Abu Dhabi. So it was intriguing to me, Mr. President, to find myself completely unknown in those circles as the most sought after person to sit on panels, to make presentations, to be present in meetings. I could not get my schedule settled for the life of me because from breakfast, through meeting days, through lunch, through dinner, everyone wanted to meet Barbados. They didn't want to meet Lisa. It didn't want me. It's not about any of us individually oftentimes, but our Prime Minister's name and her leadership and her advocacy on behalf of small island developing states, and in particular Barbados, has so opened doors for many of us, including those who speak against the government oftentimes. They find audiences with those who would not entertain them ordinarily on their own merit. But because of the advocacy of the Prime Minister, like her, hate her, she is well respected globally, and she has demonstrated a confidence of leadership that others see. And those who don't see it, don't want to see it. That is by choice. It's not because it's not a fact. So on climate crisis issues, Barbados has evolved as a world leader. We also have agreed, Mr. President, as a government to have a fiscal strategy that ensures that a fiscal position on government's finances are consistent with the debt anchor. I mentioned that before. 60% is a debt anchor expected to be achieved by 2035. And on that basis, therefore, we are proposing to streamline expenditure and to reform the public sector, in particular state-owned enterprises. There's also a debt management strategy, Mr. President, that actively focuses on the debt portfolio to minimize costs, and then ultimately ensuring, because this is an anchor of who we are as a Labour Party, ensuring social cohesion through investment in public education, health, social development, and poverty eradication. This includes, Mr. President, NIS reforms, institutions that are meant to strengthen the gains. Prime Minister has spoken about the Fiscal Council, the Growth Council, and then the Barbados Delivers Joint Task Force. So we are expecting, Mr. President, that Barbados is on a transformational trajectory over the course of the next 3 years, starting with this financial year. Over the course of this year, Mr. President, we expect that through multilateral support, either by grants or low-interest loans, that there will be $1 billion in multilateral financing for direct budgetary support, and that includes, Mr. President, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, that's approximately $366 million, the Extended Fund Facility of the IMF, around $220 million, as well as resources from the Inter-American Development Bank, approximately $300 million, and $200 million from the World Bank. That does not include, Mr. President, private investment capital. We're also expecting that another Barbados $1 billion is expected as project-specific funding over the course of the BERT program, and that will include partners including the Inter-American Development Bank, CAF, which is the Latin American Development Bank, as well as the Central Bank of Barbados. And then ultimately, as we know, there are a number of projects which are being specifically financed by the Export-Import Bank of China, in particular our roadworks. And then that includes as well our domestic mobilization of financing, which would then be covered under the BOSS plus bonds with a cap of Barbados $200 million, Mr. President. Those are the proposals that we are hoping to be able to see over the course of the next few years. But we have to be able to then focus on what the growth trajectory looks like specifically. And Mr. President, once upon a time in traditional theory, we had to grow more, produce more, earn more, purely from productive sectors alone. But Mr. President, investment is one of the anchors that must form a part of what Barbados does. If we were to go back, Mr. President, to each of the economic and social reports, if we were to go back to the human development reports from the UNDP and from all the UN agencies, Mr. President, there is a thread which you will find through all of them. It talks about private sector-led growth. Private sector-led growth. The government don't trade. The government doesn't make anything. The government does not earn anything except through taxes or through investment. And so there has to be a role for the private sector, and that is what some of the commentators that I am hearing are missing from their commentary, which lacks depth, Mr. President, but I understand that depth is not required. It really just requires a buzzword. And so we saw, Mr. President, that when the estimates were being presented, there were a couple of things that became buzzwords, and it helped to shape the conversation. So by the time the Prime Minister came with the budget, which we don't debate the budget, but by the time the Prime Minister came to the budget, you have people predicting, oh, they got more taxes. And then when that didn't happen, oh, they ain't got no more taxes, but they ain't cut none neither. So the narrative changed. And then when it shifted from, it ain't cut that, they can say, oh, but taxes can come later on in the year. When you don't have anything to say, sometimes it's better not to say anything at all, Mr. President. You can't keep moving the goalposts, use the OECD or the EU now. You can't keep setting the goalposts and then shifting it when it suits you all the time. You're making it up as you go along because you can't find anything to say, Mr. President. It's better to stay silent. And so, Mr. President, we have a proposal at this point, and I happen to have had the opportunity to sit with the other members of the productive sectors, with the Prime Minister and the banking community and the productive sectors as well. Those who want to talk about confidence, I believe they probably have not heard the announcements that the domestic market will again have the commercial banks investing. They would like to have the narrative that nobody ain't buying the boss bonds, that people are afraid of government paper. They want to be able to have that narrative. So they're ignoring the fact that the commercial banks, which took a hard hit in 2018 in the domestic debt restructuring, have now come back into the domestic market. They don't want to see that. You're not going to hear that. But their narrative has to be maintained. So they can say what they can say, all kinds of things. And if you are not discerning enough, you would actually believe it is true, Mr. President. I remember when I went through those 10 years, I remember one thing I disliked about the government at the time. They would look up at the sky, Mr. President, they would see it blue, and they would try to convince you it's pink. And if you tell them it ain't pink, you insist it's blue, they're gonna blame you. You are a traitor. You're not supporting national development. You were all kinds of things, but Mr. President, the sky was still blue. It's still blue today. And so today we now have them, taxes gotta come. They're reduced now. Taxes can come later. They're still making it up as they go along, Mr. President, and they're still trying to convince us that the sky is pink when we can see it is blue in front of us, when the facts are there to speak for themselves. So, Mr. President, here are some of the investment-oriented actions that we are proposing, and some of them will dovetail into my own presentation on my ministry. This government proposed in these estimates of expenditure to incentivize investment in climate-resilient infrastructure and in the green transition. This government intends to incentivize investment in low and middle-income housing, invest in enhanced training and education, especially in new niche sectors, a high-skilled, knowledge-based economy, including digitalization, artificial intelligence, and robotics. And I pause here for a minute to say, Mr. President, this morning, Senate is my fourth commitment for the morning, but I had a meeting this morning, my third meeting for the morning before Senate began at 11, was with an institution out of Scotland. I was in Scotland on mission earlier in the year, and I had the opportunity to meet with a range of partners in Scotland. And this morning, I had the opportunity, Mr. President, to meet, along with my ministry, the University of the West Indies, and our various officials in energy, with Robert Gordon University and others out of Aberdeen in Scotland, to discuss the development of knowledge-based economies and the skills required for a knowledge-based economy to position Barbados for the future. So, Mr. President, if you recall, there are a few lawyers that sit in this honorable chamber, and there are a few doctors that sit in this honorable chamber, and there are always sub-disciplines within broad overhead disciplines, Mr. President. And so you have an energy sector, Mr. President, that once upon a time was based on oil and gas. Now we are focusing on a net zero transition globally. Different countries have different targets. There are not national determined contributions that countries have set for themselves. And that requires a transitioning into a new knowledge-based economy specific to the energy sector, Mr. President. We are going to be working with partners, including Robert Gordon University out of Scotland, to model Barbados' energy trajectory over the next few years and the associated knowledge economy that it would require in order for Barbados to deliver on that, and what investment will go along with it. So, Mr. President, let me simplify that. Once upon a time, you used to have petroleum engineers. They used to focus on oil and gas. Now, there are so many new sub-disciplines that have evolved in the energy sector that Barbados now must position its education sector to produce those skills. It is my ambition, Mr. President, as the Minister with responsibility for energy, to not just pilot what that modeling needs to look like for Barbados and what new skills Barbados needs to produce, but to be able to work with the Honourable Minister of Education, along with the University of the West Indies, the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, and the Barbados Community College, and thereafter, through the secondary school system, to produce the skills that Barbados' future energy sector needs in order to be able to thrive. Jobs for people, opportunities for people, investment opportunities for the country, new business creations, new business opportunities that can be created, new entrepreneurs, Mr. President. We're not just talking about the manufacturing sector in this instance, because Barbados can and must become a hub, certainly under my leadership in the ministry, for research and development and innovation in the renewable energy sector. Barbados must become that hub, Mr. President, and I give that commitment. But we need the skills to be able to do it, Mr. President. So we may start at 20% of what we need, and we intend to build to 50% of what we need until we are in excess of what we need, Mr. President. And then guess what? We begin the process of being that little nation that produces skills for the rest of the world, that then Barbados is being distinguished not just for its philosophy on the climate crisis, but for its innovation and production of skills to service a global climate crisis that is affecting countries just like ours every single day, Mr. President. We have to be able to anchor that, Mr. President, and I am committed that in my ministry we will do just that. We are also, as a government, proposing, Mr. President, to mobilize domestic savings for local investment for Barbadians, to establish Barbados as a logistics hub. We've spoken about that at great length. To improve productivity, and to adopt more open and flexible labor market policies. Now, I want to get into my actual ministry, Mr. President, and the energy sector specifically, and then I also want to go on to anchor that in the context of the broader economic framework that I have just outlined. We have seen, Mr. President, not just the challenges of 2018, we have not just seen the challenges of 2020 with the onset of the pandemic. We have not just seen the challenges of 2021 with the hurricane, Mr. President. We have not just seen the challenges of the volcano, Mr. President. We have not just seen the plummeting of our revenue and the soaring of our expenditure over the corresponding periods. We have not just seen those things, Mr. President. We've also seen a war in Ukraine. We've also seen the implications of a war in Ukraine that has not allowed Barbados to escape. We have seen, Mr. President, the war in Ukraine resulting in soaring energy prices. We have seen the war in Ukraine, Mr. President, resulting in the impact on consumers of gasoline and diesel prices as a consequence, Mr. President, of what has happened in those economies. And so we have to ensure that not just are we able to, again, introduce counter mitigation strategies, but that we are also able, Mr. President, to ensure that Barbados is able to transition to cleaner forms of energy dependent on our renewable energy transition goals that then have the corresponding result of lowering costs to consumers. Now, what has been done so far by this administration? We have invested so far in the green transition in the following ways. The Fair Trading Commission, Mr. President, has published feed-in tariffs for independent power producers for a range of renewable energy technologies. We have also deliberately, intentionally favored smaller projects, and I want to spend some time on this. While we have favored smaller projects, up to 1 megawatt, up to 10 megawatts, a larger scale project, and over 10 megawatts, Mr. President, this is what has been critical to the philosophy of the Barbados Labour Party. We are not that administration. We're not that administration, Mr. President, that is making a determination that those who are the owners of capital and have immediate access to capital are able to come in once we announce policies relating to renewable energy and scoop up all of the available space that is on the grid to the exclusion of average Barbadians. That's not this administration's philosophy. It is for that reason, Mr. President, that last year you heard the Honorable Prime Minister announcing that there was a guaranteed right to renewable energy for Barbadians and Barbadian householders. What that meant was that we as a government are making a commitment that we understand that investment matters. The average Barbadian, me as an individual, can't necessarily, don't have the wherewithal. I even say necessarily. We do not have the wherewithal to invest in large-scale projects. Mr. President, this morning, it must be my last meeting before I came into the Senate, was a discussion with the energy team and the utility, Barbados Light and Power. And you've heard me say this in the well of Parliament when we were debating the estimates. Barbados's Integrated Resilience and Recovery Plan, the IRP, which was done in 2021, establishes that Barbados's energy needs will require us to have 280 megawatts of storage on the grid by 2030. 280 megawatts. At the end of last year, Mr. President, we have 5 megawatts of storage. So we need the gap between 5 and 280 is not even a gap, is a chasm, deep. So the aggressiveness with which we have to navigate that space, Mr. President, is critical. So what that means, Mr. President, is that there must also be the occasion for large-scale investments. And why is that? 200 megawatts of battery storage, Mr. President, costs in excess of $800 million. That's not a small-scale procurement. That's not a small man. That's $800 million. What that means, Mr. President, is that there has to be space for all. There has to be space for large-scale investors that have the capacity to procure a part or the whole of what that looks like. And there has to be space, Mr. President, for smaller independent power producers who are also able to come onto the grid at smaller volumes at the same time. So residential clients, residential consumers alongside institutional investors. That is the Barbados Labour Party philosophy. So the major investments in the infrastructure will have to come from institutional investors, but also the projects that don't just take our individual costs down for energy or bring us into a net zero circumstance, but also, Mr. President, those kinds of larger opportunities that help to create jobs for people. Those are things which are important. So it's all right for us to sometimes speak in rarefied terms as though these are very abstract issues, but there must be an end to this tension between capital of different kinds and different classes, because it is an unfortunate conversation, Mr. President. All capital is necessary. There has to be balance. There has to be a large investment class. There has to be opportunities for small investors, opportunities for individuals. All must coexist, Mr. President, because all have merit and validity in the space. Mr. President, we have also been committed to closing a few of the regulatory gaps that remain in the feed-in tariff mechanisms, and you've seen quite a bit of that coming out of the FTC in terms of renewable energy storage technologies and licensing regimes. Over the last little while, Mr. President, you would have heard us speaking also about, we would have had the amendments to the ELPA, which would have passed through this honorable chamber some time ago, and we expect that in a short time, you will also be seeing coming to Parliament a completely new Electricity Supply Act, which will overtake all previous legislation, Mr. President, that then creates a modern regulatory framework for the entire electricity sector, Mr. President. But we are in we are committed as a government to ensuring that our local population, people, are enfranchised and can benefit from the alternative energy dividend. As part of this green transition, Mr. President, which is part of where the government also is navigating, and I want to take a moment to speak about some of the projects that have already been undertaken. Natural gas. We are working on treating the natural gas as a transition fuel. We have the National Petroleum Corporation that has already supplied natural gas pipelines in the eastern part of the country leading up to Sam Lords and the adjacent communities around the Sam Lords area. You are seeing the ongoing works around the My Lords Hill area. Rihanna Drive has been completed, and at least 4 other areas are also there. The expectation is that that work will be completed by the Ministry of Transport and Works in the very near future, and we're looking forward to that being completed. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, we had here in Barbados a delegation down from Washington, D.C., looking at the development of a 30-megawatt wind project. We are looking to see how Barbados can expand our energy mix, because each time we talk about renewable energy, Mr. President, we talk about solar PV. But the Barbados National Energy Plan, which was done in 2019, also incorporates a range of energy mixes well beyond solar PV, and it includes wind, both onshore and offshore. And Barbados is now in the process of looking at the feasibility of getting the data in on both onshore in the first instance, and we expect that over time, the technicians and the experts who have come down are in a position to be able to get the data and assess where we are going in terms of the opportunity. Originally, that project started out, Mr. President, as a 10-megawatt project. It has now been expanded to a 30-megawatt project, and there are others that we expect. We're also moving, Mr. President, to have the development of green and blue hydrogen. You have entities like Export Barbados, alongside with the Ministry of Energy as well, working on what that looks like. Now, I heard some commentary around Prime Minister's messaging on our offshore blocks, and I want to be clear on that. Prime Minister has been very clear. She was very clear in her statement, and I want to make sure that I am very clear in mine, because I don't think she was ambiguous in what she said. So again, a lot of this scaremongering becomes unnecessary. Barbados has 26 offshore blocks. We know this. They have always been there. Barbados has said, Prime Minister has said, that we have an opportunity to be able to pursue exploration in those offshore blocks. But she also said, Mr. President, for those who have ears and want to hear, that she prefers philosophically, this is the leader who has been walking the length and the breadth of the country, of the globe, talking about the climate crisis. That's who we're talking about, who made this announcement. This is the leader who has been talking about renewables. This is the leader who has been talking about natural gas as a bridging fuel and part of the transition. So this is also the leader who in the other place said, when we begin the process of offshore exploration, her preference is for natural gas exploration, and even if we can find someone, some entity who will pay Barbados to leave the oil in the ground, she would be willing to do that, because we have to be true to our philosophy. So I don't want us to buy into this notion about, oh, it is disappointing that we're going to offshore exploration. Prime Minister was very clear, Mr. President. She didn't stutter. She wasn't unambiguous in what she said. She said natural gas is her preference, and that is what I understand my instruction to be as a minister with responsibility for energy. She said it publicly, and she said it directly to me, and I want to be able to put that to bed now. In addition to that, there are also studies. We have geologists among our technical team. They're not guessing, they're not making it up. I heard somebody say to me, I didn't hear it myself, but somebody mentioned to me that someone talked about how we don't want oil rigs off of Carlisle Bay because they don't want oil exploration happening off of Carlisle Bay. Mr. President, you know that. You may know. I'm sure you know, Mr. President, because you are a wise man. You are a wise man, Mr. President. Carla Bley, offshore block door relate to Carla Bley at the road by the Hilton. Carla Bay is the name of an offshore block, Mr. President. We must be careful not to open our mouths if we don't know what we're talking about because we mislead the public, Mr. President. We have to use our platforms responsibly if you don't know, ask somebody. Carla Bay relates to an offshore block. They got all kind of names. Offshore blocks. We got Carla Bay, Bimshire, Blackberry Sheep. All kind of names. So Blackberry Sheep relate to the Blackberry Sheep up in country in St. George all of a sudden, no? No, Mr. President, they're the names of offshore blocks. So no, we are not having drilling off of Carla Bay. Let me put that to bed too. I'm reminded with the name. The name, we got Sugarcane, Chapel House, Kensington. We're not drilling off of Kensington, Mr. President. Basheba, we ain't drilling off of Basheba, and we are not drilling off of Carlisle Bay. That is nonsense talk, Mr. President. Well, Tupman, one named Tupman. Next time the land ship come true and somebody said we drilling up in Tupman. What are we talking about, Mr. President? Let us be serious when we are talking about serious things. So yes, Mr. President, that is what our offshore exploration bids will look like. Not offshore Barbados, so you can see it from up in government headquarters. That's what we're talking about. So, Mr. President, in my own ministry, again, as I continue, we've been spending a considerable amount of time navigating one of the issues that has been a discussion point around these estimates and around our allocations for macroeconomic policy over the upcoming year, the reform of state-owned enterprises. And I want to be able to pair my comments on the reform of state-owned enterprises in my own ministry alongside with the discussion on the reform that we have earmarked as a government on the doing business indicators. Mr. President, I was in a different incarnation in 2019 up to 2018 to 2020, July, the chairman of the Bridgetown Port. In that context, Mr. President, I presided over the Technical Port Efficiency Subcommittee. And in the context of that Port Efficiency Subcommittee, we looked at trading across borders, specifically as part of the overall doing business indicators. Now, we all know that the World Bank is no longer doing what we traditionally would have seen as the doing business indicators, but we were able to still use the metrics because the data and the measurements are still important, even if not necessarily the rankings. And so we took the time then, Mr. President, in 2018, to begin the process of breaking down the trading across borders indicators by looking at all of the metrics, documentary compliance, cost of doing business, documents that needed to be submitted, how many times inbound, outbound, export, import, all of those metrics we measured, Mr. President. And then we spread it across all of the agencies that covered the Bridgetown Port and the clearance of goods. Now, why is that important to doing business, Mr. President? 90% of everything this country consumes is imported through the Bridgetown Port. Less than 10% of our imports, usually perishables, come by air. But 90% of our consumables come through the Bridgetown Port. So efficiency is a direct cost to consumers, Mr. President. We had a number of arrangements that historically have been in place, in some instances for 26 years, that resulted in a cost to the final consumer. And we systematically, from 2018 up until the time I left, and have continued to do so now under my successor as chairman, and a successor minister, who then is now the Honorable Minister of Tourism and International Transport, those things have continued, Mr. President. And why? I'll give you an example, and I think I said it in one of my previous speeches in this honorable chamber. If a ship, today we have one cruise ship in port. There are 3 cargo vessels that will come into port. Today's a good day for that 90% of our imports. Today is a good day for our 90% of imports. And why is that, Mr. President? On the days where, from a tourism perspective, We are excited by 5 vessels in port and all 5 berths being taken up by cruise vessels. Those 90% of imports by way of cargo shipments become more expensive. And why? Because, Mr. President, cargo vessels are not given precedence over cruise vessels. Because cruise, people need to get off, the ship has an itinerary, it has to get to another stop, and people are coming in, they're spending money, taxis are depending on it, craftspersons are depending on it, restaurants, water sports operators, the beach vendors, they're all depending on that as well because that's part of the livelihood. But that cruise vessel, that cargo vessel, has to remain offshore. And when it remains offshore, Mr. President, it comes into port only when there is an available berth where it can then have the cargo taken off. They discharge cargo, Mr. President, when the port is clear of cruise vessels. But there's a cost, Mr. President, to that ship, that cargo ship remaining offshore. And what is that cost, Mr. President? The manufacturing sector will talk to you about demurrage charges, Mr. President. Demurrage charges can be accumulated when a ship has to remain offshore every single day that that container that is on board that ship is not discharged. A charge is levied against the importer. It varies from cruise line to cruise line, from cargo line to cargo line. It can be, Mr. President, as small as 5,000 USD a day, in some instances to the smaller lines. But it can go as high up, Mr. President, as 10,000 USD a day. So let's keep that cargo ship offshore for, let's say, 3 days. That cargo vessel finally comes in, takes that cargo off, and each of the regulatory agencies, agriculture, health, customs, then have veterinary health in some instances, have to clear those goods in that container, 20-foot, 40-foot container. The port will give you 72 hours in principle. We want to be able to get it out to the port, but you get 5 days that you're there. Port charges will accumulate after a certain time and that cargo has not been cleared. You have duties and tariffs that are being paid, Mr. President, and then you come back to having those demurrage charges adding up. If that container stays in the port for more than 5 days in some instances, those demurrage charges can be in excess of 100,000 USD plus. Those are costs that influence the cost of living in country. It ain't just that the government got control over prices. The front page of the Barbados Advocate today, Mr. President, says domestic prices, food prices continue to rise as global around the globe. Not in Barbados, not a Barbados Labour Party thing. I heard a representative from the other side telling they want the government to find a permanent solution to food prices. I tell you already, if you don't got something to say, just don't say nothing at all. What is a permanent solution in a Barbadian context to globally rising food prices? Ask me that and show me it for 10 marks and show the working. Show working for 10 marks, Mr. President. How does that work? What does that look like? What does a permanent solution look like domestically to an international crisis? It doesn't even make sense logically. But what the government does, the government then starts to deal with port efficiency, as I have been outlining. We want to make sure that that cargo comes into the port as soon as that ship arrives. And so you heard the Honorable Minister for Tourism speak about it. It was, I believe, the last thing that I approved before the change came, which was a dedicated cargo berth for the Bridgetown port that allows cargo ships to come in real time. So Barbados will now have a brand new cargo berth that allows cargo ships to come in when they arrive without having to wait offshore for cruise ships to go out. That's one part of solving the problem on a permanent basis over which we do have control. So don't we hold the ships offshore anymore. Let me make sure the ships can come in when they come and that they can come in on a 24-hour basis. So yes, let's get that done. Then we have within our control as well, Mr. President, the ability to ensure that regulatory agencies do their approvals in a reasonable time frame. So we set a 72-hour time frame within which all regulatory approvals are to be done. And a few weeks ago, under my ministry as well, from a doing business perspective, we hosted the Inter-American Development Bank team down from Washington, D.C. to look at the overall apparatus of cost of living and how our efficiency measures specific to clearances were affecting cost of living and what needed to be done to drive those costs down. How do we ensure coherence, Mr. President, between the work of the Port Efficiency Subcommittee, the work that was done by the Customs Department in the implementation of Assecuda World? That, by the way, Mr. President, under the BERT program, is one of the structural reforms that this government has introduced, a new Customs Act, Mr. President. That's one of the structural reforms we have implemented. How does the implementation of a port community system, which is being done presently by the Caribbean Development Bank in collaboration with the Bridgetown Port, help to lead to efficiency? How does the electronic single window use digitalization to speed up clearances so we minimize the amount of time that cargo remains in port or in containers uncleared and unreleased to the final consignee? If we can have same-day clearances, Mr. President, then that is within our control to help to drive the cost of doing business down. Those are the things that this government is committed to doing and is doing as part of our structural reform agenda and our efficiency agenda overall. That's part of our doing business reform, Mr. President. I had the occasion in my own ministry where we had instances where some documentation that was submitted by one ministry was not being recognized by another ministry. And so we had to make sure that we are not one government from Mali and one government from China. We are one government. And so government agencies internally need to also be able to understand what delays mean for cost of living to consumers. And so we're working through that as well, Mr. President. Doing business is very much a part of what we are doing as a government. We also, in my ministry, Mr. President, as we navigate what we have to do in terms of doing business and the cost of living, and this is not just about energy. I remember, Mr. President, in 2019, we had a retreat with the port, which developed a new mission and a new vision and new priorities. Out of that, we brought in a facilitator who was phenomenal. Literally phenomenal. He didn't look at it with us purely from a port perspective. We looked at ports around the globe and rationalized through his eyes and through the facilitators that were working with us, what will it take for an investor to be attracted to the Bridgetown Port? It is out of that process, Mr. President, that the 2020 $1 billion investment of the master plan that the port was developed. Simply because we needed to be able to rationalize what the transformation needed to look like. Even in the midst of a pandemic, Mr. President, even in the midst of a downturn in the economy, even as we came out of navigating the challenges of 2018 and 2019 and coming up in 2020, we were still planning for growth. And in 2020, a port master plan, which mapped out $1 billion in investment, is being implemented all now post-pandemic, Mr. President. That was because we had a certainty of confidence, Mr. President. We had a certainty of confidence in ourselves and a certainty of confidence in our officials and a certainty of confidence in the trajectory that we were setting for our nation, Mr. President. That is the work that continues today. We continue, Mr. President, 20% of our energy costs go in the transportation sector. That is where the work being done in the Ministry of Transport continues, and I will leave some of the others to speak about that. We now in Barbados have the largest electric bus fleet in the region. We have 49 buses, Mr. President. That's 70% of the available bus fleet. 10 more have been ordered, and under the Smart Energy Fund, which falls under my ministry, we are currently in negotiations for an additional number to supplement what has already been ordered, what is already on the ground, which will then lead Barbados to be not just the country with the highest available density of electric car buses, but put Barbados in a position, Mr. President, where we are reducing the cost to the consumer and engaging in state-owned enterprise reform. Why does that then connect to state-owned enterprise reform, Mr. President? We feel as though sometimes 1 + 1 must equal 2 for certain people to understand what we are talking about. When you take the cost of energy out of the transport board, and they're no longer spending the kind of money that they have to spend from central government on diesel, and they're instead using electricity to power their buses, is that not state-owned reform, Mr. President? Is that not to be seen as part of state-owned enterprise reform? Is that not reducing the outlay of government expenditure from our estimates on an annual basis, $30 million in some instances, and higher every year going from central government to the Barbados Transport Board? That is what we must not be so linear in our analysis, Mr. President. All of that, and that's not something that now has to come. That's something that has started from before. That's state-owned enterprise reform, Mr. President. Under my remit, as I started to say, we have entities that are also engaged in reform. The Barbados National Oil Company and the National Petroleum Corporation, they fall under my supervision, Mr. President. There is an attempt at this time, Mr. President, to reform those two entities. In 2021, because government is a continuum, and we as a Barbados Labour Party function as a team, I had a predecessor. The Honourable Wilfred Abrams was the first Minister of Energy in 2018, succeeded by the Honourable Kerry Simmons, and now succeeded by me. It is a continuum, and in 2021, the Honourable Kerry Simmons was the Minister at the time. And we have a reform plan developed by the Inter-American Development Bank for Barbados to go into cleaner energy spaces, new business lines, and new reform proposals for the Barbados National Oil Company and the National Petroleum Corporation. That is state-owned enterprise reform. It has not yet come even to my attention, Mr. President, on its own. We had a retreat where the consultants presented to the two boards and the management teams of the two institutions, and we looked at what needed to be done and what was being proposed, and the boards are now in the process of rationalizing it. What then, Mr. President, would be the role of us coming out into the public space with a half-baked proposal. But state-owned enterprise reform is underway. And those are two entities that are critical to the energy transition. They are critical, Mr. President, to driving the cost of energy down. So that is the work that is underway there. And as it relates to doing business, Mr. President, KIPO, I said, I believe, in November of last year, when I assumed the role of Minister of Energy and Business, if I received 10 calls in the first couple of days, 9 of them related to KIPO. Everybody had a challenge with the way in which KIPO was operating. Now, KIPO has 2 roles to play, and I want to go back to the Honourable Oenafa again. He said, Mr. President, he was speaking about the international business sector at the time. And he said he was speaking about the issues that Barbados as a country had faced at the time. He said, beginning in 1998, our economic policy outlook had to be recast to treat to a new and unexpected challenge. As you are aware, sir, during the previous 2 decades, the development of an international business and financial services industry had been vigorously pursued as the most exciting and rewarding post-independence prospect for our society. It certainly emerged as our second largest and fastest area of economic growth. The scope for its further rapid development was abruptly constrained by the threat of the OECD Harmful Tax Competition Initiative, and thereafter by a series of initiatives in the international arena to stem the outsourcing of economic activity from the developed to the developing world. This was what he said in 2004. Mr. President, in November last year, I received a call from the Director of International Business. He said to me, Minister, we have just wrapped up a meeting with the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices of the OECD. Barbados has received 2 soft recommendations and 1 hard recommendation. A soft recommendation encourages Barbados to make further changes. A hard recommendation will result in a negative outcome to the EU Code of Conduct Group, and thereafter a possible Annex II listing, otherwise known as a blacklisting of Barbados. We sat in this honorable chamber and we did a couple of things around that particular time. Mr. President, we immediately reached out to the private sector, immediately reached out to the service providers. We reached out to the lawyers, the tax planners, the global business sector, the local financial services community, and we said, we have 2 options. Remember, Mr. President, this is a country that has had the bottom taken out of it from tourism. 2,000 people in 6 months in 2020. We now are in recovery mode. And as you feel you can catch your hand, whoop-ats, hold that. We could get a negative listing. So what did we do, Mr. President? We presented 2 options to the to the service providers. We said, look, we could either say, we don't care what you say, we don't think it's fair, you're taking the bottom out of our sector, we're a small, open, developing economy, you can't do that, but they could. Or alternately, we can take the necessary actions that they are urging us to take. And so we did. We did so with a certainty of confidence, Mr. President. We did so with a certainty of confidence that we were equal to the task. And I want to take the opportunity to commend the International Business Unit, the Barbados Revenue Authority, and all of the partners, the Barbados International Business Association, the Bar Association, for working with us through that Christmas period, notwithstanding the times that we wanted to spend with our families, to ensure that by February 15th, Mr. President, by February 15th, we were able to reverse what would have been a negative outcome with a hard recommendation to that single hard recommendation becoming a 3rd soft recommendation, giving Barbados the opportunity to avoid having the bottom further taken out of our global business sector. Why is that important, Mr. President? It means, Mr. President, that we as a country, our first revenue earner is tourism. We are investing in that. We've spoken about what many of those things will be. We've talked about doing business, Mr. President. We've talked about the macroeconomic framework, and international business is our 2nd largest revenue earner. And so we had to protect our sector. But what are we doing in that sector, Mr. President, to be able to ensure growth? Because growth is a part of the agenda. What are we doing, Mr. President? We have begun the process, Mr. President, of looking both at how we secure our defensive interests. These constant entreaties from the OECD, harmful tax, as well as from the EU, those will become our defensive interests, as well as our offensive interests. What countries should Barbados be looking to for further investment? In what sectors? What business clusters should Barbados be looking at? How do we ensure that Barbados' regulatory regime is the most attractive in the region? And that's where CAIPO reform comes in, Mr. President, because if it is that further in the year, there is a convergence of the tax rate as a result of the initiative by the OECD, it means that countries will have to make a determination on where they are willing to pay the minimum tax. Are they going to pay in their home country, or are they going to pay in an overseas jurisdiction? And if they make the determination that they're going to pay in an overseas jurisdiction, what would be the factors that would distinguish Barbados to helping them to make that decision? We as a ministry and as a country and as a government are being proactive about our offensive interests to ensure that Barbados is positioned as a domicile of choice for global business by ensuring that there is a complete reform of our regulatory regime, including but not limited to the work of CAIPO. That is our commitment, and the expectation is that over the course of the coming year, because these are not small things, this is heavy work, Mr. President, and I want to answer those who may come to speak on this. The first report that I have seen on CAIPO reform, Mr. President, dates back to 2011. The second report that I have seen, we were not the government then. The second report that I have seen, Mr. President, also on KIPO reform was in 2016, Mr. President. None of those reforms were ever implemented from 2011 through 2016, to the extent, Mr. President, that in 2022, when a summary report was made on how to reform KIPO, the consultants at the time said this: there are previous reports on the reform of this entity. We are not here to rehash those reports. This report has to be about implementation. But I go further, Mr. President. Yes, it is about implementation, but at the same time, Mr. President, what was determined in 2011 and 2016 may not necessarily be fit for purpose in 2023. And so we have to be able to use that as a baseline for positioning Barbados and KIPO and all of our regulatory agencies to be best in world class, not best in class relative to what was written in 2011 or 2016. It has to be best in world class. And to that extent, I have certainly asked my officials to give me an assessment of where Barbados is positioned in terms of the length of time it takes to do business in this country, in that organization, and to measure it against our competitors. If it takes 4 days in a competing country, Barbados has to do it in 3. 1. If it takes 1 day in a competing jurisdiction, Barbados has to do it in hours. If it is an instantaneous process in another jurisdiction, Barbados must also be instantaneous, because Barbados must always, again, in the words of Owen Nathan, you do not run a race to get the bronze. You run a race to get the gold. We are going for the gold in this country with a certainty of confidence that we are up to the task, Mr. President. And as I prepare to close my introduction of these estimates of expenditure on this appropriation bill, Mr. President, I want to round out my presentation with the following. We have a number of speakers who will follow me on the government side. They will speak to the various heads of expenditure and what government is proposing to do and what we have already done in the various sectors, Mr. President. We have a comprehensive set of reforms that are underway in the government, at central government, and in the state-owned enterprises that will be unfolded over time and further developed and further elaborated on. We have a mission economy that we are developing, Mr. President. We are not developing, someone said in a meeting I was in earlier this morning that, the Barbados Labour Party, and I said it earlier, we make it look too easy. We come with all these high-ended transformational goals where we see Barbados as it can be. We position Barbados as it can be in the world. But there are those who want us to move a little slower. There are those who want us to stay a little behind the pack. There are those who want us to hold straight. There are those who want us to be more conservative. There are those who don't want it to go at all. And someone described it to me in these terms, Mr. President. The Barbados Labour Party, over its history, has always led the process of transformation and complete transformation of the country. And each time the Democratic Labour Party comes into office, they reverse it and slow it down. They have never been the party of transformation, and therefore they cannot understand what transformation looks like when the Barbados Labour Party describes it. They have always benefited from work which has been started by this government, by this administration, by this party, and they have reversed each of the gains every single time, Mr. President. They take and make political footballs of a partisan nature, things that ought to be transformational in the interest of Barbadians, Mr. President. And this government, this administration, is about allowing Barbadians to dream, to be inspired, to aspire, to ensure that we are exultant and free, Mr. President, that we are able to compete with the best in class wherever they may come from in the world, and we are not constrained by the vision of that which we can see within 166 square miles. That is a transformational agenda that you will hear about from this government as you hear from the government side over the course of the coming days. You will hear about transformation in the agricultural sector. Mr. President, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture has spoken about what that looks like. You will hear, Mr. President, about what the Ministry of Health has done, and we've talked about that. We've lived through that, Mr. President. We benefited from that. You'll hear about how people who walk and live among us, people who are our neighbors, our sisters, our brothers, our friends, how they have benefited from the programs of this country. Has it always been perfect? Mr. President, unless you are Jesus Christ, you are never going to be perfect. There will always be humps and bumps, Mr. President. But what this government has always demonstrated a commitment to is listening to people. What we have always demonstrated a commitment to is engaging with people, hearing their concerns, listening to what benefits them, listening to how people want us to be able to govern, and pivoting to be able to ensure that we take people along with us. Can we do more? Yes. Will we do more? We will. Is there room for improvement? There must be. But I want to be absolutely clear as I close, Mr. President, that this government, and I'm closing as I started, in 2 years, did more for this country than the Democratic Labour Party did in the entire time that they were in government 10 years before us. This government, despite a pandemic, Mr. President, post-2020, has done more in 4.5 years than the Democratic Labour Party did in 10 years, Mr. President, that they were in government before us. This government cleaned up the mess left by the Democratic Labour Party, and we are not guessing at that, Mr. President. It was there for all to see, and I'm not talking about sewage in the streets, Mr. President. I am not talking about that. I am not talking about the arrears that they left behind. I'm not talking about 68 cents on a dollar, Mr. President. I am not talking about that. I am not talking, Mr. President, about the number of buses that were not in operation or how people couldn't get a bus. I ain't talking about that neither, Mr. President. I ain't talking about the number of people who could not get their arrears paid by government. I am not talking about that, Mr. President. We fixed all of that. How could a Democratic Labour Party administration be standing up talking about garbage in their own sentences, Mr. President? They should be shamed. Shame, Mr. President. And worse yet, shame to have come from within the bosom of this Barbados Labour Party and jump the aisle to speak on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party and talking about garbage. In truth, you should be shamed. Shame, Mr. President. Yes, I heard you say the talking garbage. Shame, Mr. President. Shame. This government has done more on all of those points. When we came to government in 2018, Mr. President, we didn't know that the then Minister of International Business had signed agreements that forced us to be in here until midnight, one night in December, to change our international business regime. We fixed that too, Mr. President. The things that Beijing see, the things that we live, we fixed all of that, Mr. President. And now, having stayed the course, Mr. President, having faced the greatest challenges that this little nation could have imagined it would be facing, Mr. President, with a certainty of confidence at every single turn from 2018 through 2020 and now in 2023, we have now turned our attention to transformation, Mr. President. And so, this Parliament is making sure that we have presided with greatness over the challenges that have faced our country. They have been indeed the greatest ever. We have made sure that we have made the greatest adjustments with an emphasis on people. We have prioritized our people and taken our people with us. We have done so with a certainty of confidence that this generation of parliamentarians, those that sit in this place and in the other place, are no less equal to national development and the challenges of development than any other previous generation of parliamentarians, Mr. President. And with these words, I wish to commend these estimates of expenditure and this appropriation bill to this honourable chamber. Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this honourable chamber now suspend for lunch until 2:20 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 2:20 p.m. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The thing says have it. This sitting is suspended until 2:20 p.m. today. Senator Dr. Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for recognizing me. Mr. President, this morning, Senator Cummings presented a historical review of our development, I would say, over the last 30 years, in which he identified the challenges, the difficulties, and some of the opportunities that we have had in recent times. It is not my intention, Mr. President, to go further into the historical context, because I believe that our debate today should be about the future, while recognizing the realities of the past. The question, in my opinion, Mr. President, is, are we building the Barbados economy of the future? Are we building a Barbados economy that will ensure that we do not have a Berk 3? Are we building a Barbados economy that can withstand the challenges in this complex world that we face, with multiple crises as we have witnessed over the last 5 years? I recognize, Mr. President, that the development of a country is not a sprint. It is more like a marathon. It's a long-term development initiative. But what is critical for us, Mr. President, is to ensure that we're putting the building blocks in place, the foundation, if you will, to ensure that we can withstand the potential challenges of the future. I would like to say, Mr. President, that in my view, the proposals presented by the Prime Minister in her recent budget presentation outlines important building blocks for the Barbados of the future. The proposals highlighted the multidimensional nature of development and the path that we should be taking to ensure that we incorporate the cross-cutting issues of security, investment, finance, infrastructure, and human development that will be key to our future success. The proposals presented recognize that Barbados and Barbadians want the opportunity to build a better life for themselves and their families. That Barbadians want to be assured of personal safety and justice, and to be treated with dignity and respect, and to live in a country of peace and prosperity. the promotion of growth as a prerequisite for the future development of our country is clear. And the projects identified in infrastructure, alternative energy, tourism, and other sectors will go a long way in helping us to achieve growth. The assignment of resources and development of film, fashion, and music are important opportunities that have been identified and will go a long way in ensuring that the youth of our country can participate in this economy. I am particularly pleased that funding has been provided for the agricultural sector to assist our small farmers in meeting the challenges currently presented by the current global reality. The establishment of the National Strategic Council, the Growth Council, and the Fiscal Council suggests to me that the government is serious about improving governance, about promoting growth, and ensuring accountability going forward. I have also seen the documents of the estimates for 2023-2024, which have been brought to this honorable chamber. And I rise to support the proposals. I wish to commend the administration for the clarity and the details presented in the document, in which each government department has defined strategic goals and objectives, and the results to be achieved have been defined. It is my hope that appropriate performance management systems will be put in place to ensure that the objectives identified are achieved, and that the public funds that have been assigned will be efficiently utilized in the achievement of the objectives identified. Mr. President, I am aware that without appropriate oversight and audit, our efforts in defining strategic objectives will be a waste of time. We need to ensure that the objectives identified and the funds assigned are efficiently used to achieve the objectives identified by the government. Having said that, Mr. President, I have 3 observations with respect to the estimates. Number 1, I take note, Mr. President, that funds for maintenance are very limited in the budgetary proposals. In fact, Mr. President, I have found that only one place in the proposals are funds allocated for maintenance. This is in section head 81 under the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources. Under that ministry, head 81, 510, maintenance is mentioned under highway construction and $1,131,500 are assigned. And under bridge construction and maintenance, under the same ministry, $2,010,000 have been assigned. Mr. President, nowhere else in the budget do I see any reference to maintenance.
Mr. President, I want to raise on a point of order.
Mr. President, does this mean?
Senator Bradford, Senator Cummins has risen a point of order. Just a little bit. Senator Cummins, what's your point of order?
Mr. President, I believe that the Honorable Senator, although well-intentioned, is misleading the Honorable House. In every head of expenditure, there is a line for maintenance of property, and they're all captured under each various ministry. You have under the various ministries of public works and so on, all allocated maintenance allocations there, Mr. President, so I would not want that to go any further out as a public commentary because the estimates are quite clear. In the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, you see maintenance of property and so on in every single head, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator Dr. Bradford.
Mr. President, I was addressing the issue of line items for maintenance. It means, therefore, that in that particular ministry, the total line item for maintenance is the order of about $3 million. Since returning home, I have heard a lot of discussion about lack of maintenance in schools, in offices, in government buildings, in sewage plants, and other facilities. Could it be, Mr. President, that maintenance is not carried out because there's no funds allocated for maintenance? Could it be? I ask the question. When I took responsibility for the management of ICA in 2001, one of the things that I recognized is that maintenance was not a line item in the budget. And consequently, we reorganized the budget. And in every unit of the Institute, we assigned 5% of the budget for maintenance. That adjustment to the budget resulted in a significant difference in how maintenance was managed in the institution. Because it was not only maintenance, but it was the replacement of outdated equipment. In many cases, there were no funds assigned as such. As a result of that adjustment in the budget, maintenance became a norm in the Institute. As a result of that decision, significant improvements in plant and equipment was realized in the institution. We assigned 5% of the budget at the level of each unit for the maintenance of equipment, maintenance and replacement of equipment. We came to the conclusion then that if funds are not assigned for maintenance, in some cases maintenance was not done. My second observation, Mr. President, has to do with funds assigned to the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Security, and funds assigned to the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology. Mr. President, the area of agriculture, food and nutrition security, and the ministry responsible for industry, innovation, science, and technology represent, in my view, two of the main areas of endeavor that have the greatest potential to diversify the Barbados economy. Yet in the estimates, they receive just 2.3% and 1% of the budget assigned. Mr. President, in most countries around the world today, agriculture is a top priority for many countries. The government assigns finances for the production and the provision of food for the nation. And therefore, agriculture normally receives a substantial part of budgetary resources. In the Caribbean, generally, we have tended not to assign significant funds to agriculture, although we say agriculture is important. When we look at this analysis some years ago, we found that in Africa, for example, between 5 and 10% was assigned to agriculture, whereas in the Caribbean, in most of the countries, the amount assigned was less than 5%. We seem to believe that investments in agriculture is going backward. But I put it to you and I put it to the nation today that an emphasis on agriculture is the march forward to economic sustainability, to health, to wellness and food security, and true independence. No society can exist without food. There are those in our country today who, instead of encouraging us to plant food, are encouraging us to plant more sugarcane, an activity that has proven to be unprofitable. Mr. President, today, more countries are providing support to the agricultural sectors to ensure sustainable, competitive food systems. The European Union has recently launched its new Common Agricultural Policy, the Green Deal, and in that policy, the European Union is assigning some 11% of their budget to agriculture. That policy seeks to support viable farm income and the resilience of the agricultural sector across the European Union in order to enhance long-term food security and agricultural diversity, as well as to ensure economic sustainability of the agricultural sector in the European Union. They assign 11% of their budget to agriculture. And the specific objectives of that policy, among others, is to ensure a fair income for farmers, to increase their competitiveness, and to improve the position of farmers in the food chain, in the evidence or against the backdrop of climate change. The fundamental goal of this policy is to ensure a sustainable future for the farmers of the European Union by promoting targeted support for small farmers. It is important to note that a new agricultural policy, as I indicated, is 11% of the EU budget. Mr. President, countries around the world that have become economic giants, that have moved from developing to developed status, for example, Japan, South Korea, China, Singapore, have all invested considerable amounts of money in science, technology, and innovation. They have and continue to invest substantial amounts of their funding in science, technology, and innovation. Science and technology are important for poverty alleviation, for health, for agriculture, for energy, for water supply, for environmental management, for education, for alleviation of poverty. Science and technology and innovation are critical components of any economy in the 21st century. Technology means harnessing and exploitation of the understanding of nature for the benefit of mankind. It is about applying knowledge and the application of science to solve human problems. Investment in science and technology leads to the development of new products, new industries. Science and technology support innovation that leads to new processes in national security, in food production, processing, in medicine, and environmental management, and in manufacturing. Most countries are investing significant sums in science and technology, but generally speaking in the Caribbean, we tend not to put significant amounts of our resources in this area. UNCTAD report 2023 to 2027 has made it clear that innovation is critical for development and that developing countries have a specific opportunity. By investing in science and technology, they can leapfrog the development process and move forward faster than has locally by investing in science and technology. The report of UNCTAD analyzes the market size of 17 green frontier technologies, such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, electric vehicles, and other potentially dominant technologies that will create jobs of the future. The report notes, and I quote, "Now is the time for developing countries to capture more of the value added being created in this green tech revolution, use it to grow their economies, make them more resilient to shocks, and reduce inequalities." UNCTAD calls on their governments and business communities to invest more in more complex and green sectors, boost technical skills, and scale up investment in technology infrastructure and in innovation. Mr. President, if we're going to diversify our economy more and move forward into the 21st century, we need to put more money into investment in technology and innovation. Finally, Mr. President, an observation. I'm aware that the government is seeking significant financial support for our development from international and regional financial banks, the international financial community, the IMF, the World Bank, etc. And also from the private sector, and also seeking funding from Barbadians at home. I would like to suggest, Mr. President, that the government may wish to explore the possibility of establishing a fund where the diaspora can contribute to the development of Barbados. That the diaspora can be seen as partners in development. And if appropriate arrangements are made, we believe that there are persons out there in the diaspora who may be interested in investing in our country. A diaspora development fund could be established to facilitate members of the diaspora who wish to invest in Barbados. For example, in 2014, the Central Bank of Kenya reported that inward formal remittances from Kenyans living abroad stood at 113 billion Kenyan shillings, or 2.98% of the country's gross domestic product. Our diaspora may be an enormous untapped source of development finance, but also a source of ideas, a source of technology, a source of contacts, and an area which I think we need to explore and develop specific policy to ensure that those Barbadians who live abroad can also be partners in our development. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Bradford. Senator Paris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this appropriation bill before this honorable chairman. Probably I am still in a celebratory mood from the weekend.
Belated birthday greetings to you, Senator Paris. I hope you had a good birthday on Saturday.
Mr. President, I took some time to review the estimates, and hence most of my presentation this afternoon will be to give the government of Barbados and the Ministry of People Empowerment to highlight the programs that they are doing for the elderly of this country. It is time that we recognize the significant contribution made by the senior citizens and to make them as comfortable as possible in their golden years. Mr. President, I am starting with the construction of the new geriatric hospital in the Botanical Gardens. And this is an occasion where we must commend the government. We are not only honoring a manifesto pledge, because in our 2022 manifesto, we spoke about the aging population and wanting to support them on how we will construct a new geriatric hospital that will be located in this National Botanical Gardens. They have made a significant contribution, like I said earlier, and they need to be respected and be made as comfortable as possible. Mr. President, the construction of this new geriatric hospital is expected to conclude in 18 months and would include the main hospital building with 3 stories, with 300 beds, 10 lounges, 2 treatment rooms per floor, a rehab unit, a daycare facility, staff officers, and amenities. Ancillary facilities like a kitchen, a laundry, and a pharmacy, and those are but a few things that will be included in this state-of-the-art facility. Mr. President, I am hearing concerns from persons, and I'm not speaking about the concerns I heard from my brother, Senator Reverend Dr. John Rogers, about the relocation of this hospital to the National Botanical Gardens. We are hearing about omissions and noises that could affect the residents who will be living at this new location. I do agree that there are genuine concerns, but I know that the project management team at this new facility have taken those things into consideration, and they will do everything possible to ensure that our senior citizens are comfortable. I am not sure if you're aware of the conditions that presently exist at the geriatric hospital in Beckles Road. But only last Monday at the groundbreaking ceremony, I had the opportunity to speak to a number of nurses who were there. And they spoke to me of the many inconveniences that they have and the sacrifices that they have to make to ensure that the residents of this institution are comfortable. They also said to me that they are looking forward to the completion of this new facility. I would like to commend them for making the sacrifices to ensure that these senior citizens are comfortable. And like them, I too am looking forward to the completion of this institution. And I am sure that when my goodly friend and brother passed this building, he too will be happy because he traversed that area on mornings and on evenings. Mr. President, Mr. President, our senior citizens must be respected and cared for and not be discarded or treated badly. Most of us are aware that family members take their elderly members to the accident and emergency department and leave them without looking back to see how they are doing. These same family members who left their relatives there are benefiting from their pension checks. They use the money to their benefit, while we, the taxpayers, have to make the persons they left there as comfortable as possible and make sure they are cared for. It is my understanding that we have persons at the Harrison Point who have recovered from COVID but are still there. Mr. President, all of this is happening, but the monthly checks are still being sent to the last address of the pensioner. I think the time has come when these institutions need to make contact with the National Insurance Department and ensure that these young persons do not benefit from the checks of these persons. Cashing a pension check now seems to be one of the easiest things that can be done in Barbados. Just go present the check with a little ID, and no little ID, and you purchase food, you get back the money. Some amount, if it's $300, you buy $100 in food, and you get the remaining in cash. It is not fair. It is not fair to us as taxpayers that these persons are benefiting from this. Mr. President, I'm also seeing that consideration is being given by the Ministry of People Empowerment in the construction of a Category 2 shelter to evacuate and house elderly persons, particularly those with physical challenges or disabilities and minimal support who are displaced by natural disasters. Having worked in the command center at Warrens during the passage of Hurricane Elsa, and I worked for 48 straight hours, I had the opportunity in the wee hours of the morning to receive calls from elderly persons who were in their homes. The roof of their homes were blown off. They either were visually impaired or had an amputation. So I know how difficult it can be during this time. So I was trying to keep them calm while at the same time assuring them that help will be on the way. Having to deal with their emotional state at that time is something that will be forever etched in my memory. We all know that these elderly persons don't like to move from the comforts of their home, despite the many warnings and asking them to move, they don't like to move. But I do believe that family members, neighbors, friends, community groups, the churches should look out for these persons and encourage, if you cannot accommodate them, you should encourage them to go to the nearest hurricane shelter. Actions like these will save a life. Mr. President, I would like to commend the Ministry of People Empowerment for introducing the Community Elder Care Companion Program. This program is not taken away from the National Assistance Board program. It seeks to complement that program. We all know the National Assistance Board has been in existence for quite some time, and they do an excellent job in caring for our seniors. The Community Elder Care Companion Program started in March 2021 during the COVID period. And it was designed to support the independent person who was living, and those vulnerable persons, because this government looks out for the vulnerable persons in the community. So it was designed to look out for those persons and to assist them through giving them psychological support, as well as social activities designed to improve their social environment and living conditions. Mr. President, this program presently provides care for 418 persons. When it started in March 2021, there were 315 persons. The elder care companions, they go to the homes of these persons and look after their personal hygiene. They do basic cooking and feeding them. They read to them. They comb and plait their hair. And they have meaningful conversations with them. Some of them even read scripture passages to these persons. They run like errands in the community and report any matters of concern to their supervisors. If they're not eating as they normally would, if they see any health concerns, they report them. Today, this program is providing employment for 912 persons and must be commended. From time to time, I have occasions to speak to the beneficiaries of the program. And the many stories, and I'm talking about positive stories I hear from them, they express gratitude to the government. They said they don't know how they would survive, especially during the COVID time when they could not leave their homes. And these persons were there and they could depend on them. They don't know how they would survive without this program. They said they are glad to see these companions come into their homes on morning. I interact with companions as well too, Mr. President, who are very happy to be caring for these persons and the satisfaction that they get when they go to their homes on mornings and see the faces, the smiling faces of these persons who look forward to seeing them and having their company during the day. Because we know that most of these persons who live alone can sit at their windows, and persons passing by, they have conversations with them. At times, they might invite the wrong persons into their homes who will abuse them in one way or the other. So this program is designed to stop such from happening. A couple of months ago, some of the companions, though, were on the call-in programs complaining that the national insurance was not being paid for them and that they would not benefit from the reverse tax credit of $1,300. Mr. President, as I indicated earlier, this elderly care program was started during COVID, and the focus of this government was to ensure that we give the elderly persons and the persons who wanted the service to get it to them as soon as possible. There is no perfect government. We are not a perfect government. Mistakes will be made. But the most important thing is to acknowledge that you have made a mistake and correct it. Mr. President, I am happy to say that this issue was resolved and these caring and dedicated companions who must be commended for their work, that the national insurance is now being paid for them, and they will benefit from the reverse tax credit of $1,300. This was done by a caring Barbados Labour Party government. Not only are we providing employment for 912 persons, but we are making sure that their benefits are paid. Again, I commend the government for looking out for the elderly. Mr. President, in 2020, this government started the Adopt a Family program, and 6,380 families were the beneficiaries of this program. The number of persons who've benefited from this program have significantly been reduced, and this is because more and more persons have gone back to work, so they don't need to be benefiting from the 600 monthly program. Mr. President, we still have vulnerable families in Barbados, and this government will not allow them to suffer. In this estimates, we see provisions catering to 1,000 program which will deal with the entire family. It would ensure that children going to school will benefit from the program. It would make sure their living conditions are improved. So we're not dealing with individuals. We're dealing with 1,000 families. Mr. President, I highlighted a number of initiatives and programs being done by the Ministry of People, Empowerment, and Elder Affairs. And I look forward to the amalgamation of the social services provided by them. So coming together, the services that are now being offered by the Welfare Department, the National Disabilities Unit, the National Assistance Board, and the Child Care Board will now be amalgamated into the Department of Family Services. And that is something I am looking forward to. Satellite offices are to be established and would provide a full suite of services across this country. The amalgamation to assist it with the servicing the needs of the persons would have an information management system that would be linked, and you can go to St. Thomas and get a service, you can go to St. Andrew, all the information is there, and you'll be provided with this service. Mr. President, it is making it easier for clients who are doing business with this institute, with these services, to use them. And I am confident that we will see improved public relations, improved customer service, improved client relations. In this ministry, we now have a ratio to calls, one officer taking 500 calls, which is 10 times the international standard. 50 to 1 is what is required internationally. And I am sure that with this amalgamation, the ratio would be reduced significantly. So hence, I do not see persons being sent home, jobs being lost because of this amalgamation, because more services will be offered, the ratio is being reduced, and we're improving on customer service and client relations. Mr. President, the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs have assisted the citizens and they are doing. I would like to commend the minister and his staff for ensuring that no one is left behind. And I'd like to commend them for that. Mr. President, normally I don't listen to the call-in programs on a Sunday. And I'm sure because I'm either coming from church and I like to give myself a little time on a Sunday. But I go back and listen to them the day after or the next, or just at the night. And I heard on a call-in program yesterday, this call-in program is familiar to my goodly Senator, Dr. Christina Hines, and one young individual was on this program misinforming the people of this country about the Trust Loans Fund. This Trust Loans Fund was established to help the small man and woman who want to set up a business to make it easier for them. They no longer had to go to a bank and be asked to bring everything. We all go through it, so we know. They don't have to do that. And it continues. It was started when we first came to office in 2018. It was announced at the 2018 annual conference in Lord's School in St. John. And it continues to give loans to these persons, but it does not stop there. So yesterday I was appalled to hear that we do not provide training for these persons. Well, I am sure that I'm asking Senator Hines to make notes. The Trust Loans Fund, so that when you get on the calling program, you can correct it, give you information. From last year, from the inception of this program, we were providing training for these persons who benefited from the loans. Last year, 386 applicants were trained in the introduction to managing their business, financial literacy, customer service, and marketing. 386. 169 clients were trained in personal budgeting skills and debt management. So the training continues, and it is included again in the estimates for this year. The lending limit of persons who have repaired their loans, they got $5,000, and if they repaired them, they will get $10,000. So we are training them how to manage the money. Mr. President, in highlighting this though, I would like to plead to those persons who have benefited from the Trust Loans Fund and are not paying them back to make every effort to repay them. You benefited from the program. Allow your brother or your sister to benefit from them. If they want to set up a business, let them go to the trust loans, knowing that you have paid back your loan or you are paying back your loan. We need to, all of a sudden we are becoming a selfish society. We need to think about our brothers and sisters. When the Trust Loans Funds was established, persons establishing the businesses got $5,000. But since COVID, we all know that prices have increased. So I am asking that consideration be given to persons who are setting up business. If some increase could be given to them, if we could increase the loans from $5,000 to $8,000, so that they are able to do more with the money so that the businesses can be successful. Mr. President, I move to the Barbados Transport Board, which has, and you would have heard it from Leader of Government Business, we have the largest fleet of electric buses in this region, and there are plans to increase by 10 by November, and this is electric buses, which is something I am looking forward to. One of the first tasks of this government was to purchase 49 new electric buses, because we know the horror stories before 2018, the length of time persons were at the bus stops, in the bus terminals, waiting for the service. Commuters, they had complaints, but we have increased. We have plans of increasing. But Mr. President, though the wait times are not as long for the commuters, we still have some issues with wait times. On a day, the Transport Board have an average of 60 buses on the road to service the various routes, which include school children, taking persons to and from work, and some private charters sometimes. I, however, think that most of these delays are due to traffic congestion and not having a dedicated lane for school buses. It is clear, Mr. President, that consideration must be given to measures that can be implemented to reduce traffic on the roads of Barbados during peak times. We need a traffic management system. If it is recommended and agreed on, we need to have a traffic management plan, staggered working hours, whatever it is that will make life easier for persons using the road. A number of productive hours are lost daily when persons are stuck in traffic to and from work. Time spent in this traffic can make you frustrated, and you take this frustration into the offices, and children going to schools already frustrated and stressed out. Yes, we have school, especially in Waterford. Good. I'm happy that you're agreeing with me that you traverse that area. We have school children who are leaving home at 5:30 in the morning and not getting back home until 7 at night. And those children then have to be able to concentrate to do homework, then to get up early again the next morning to move. It is also preventing some of them from being engaged in extracurricular activities. So I am appealing that something be done, given consideration to a traffic management plan, staggered working hours, whatever, to ease some of the traffic off the roads at peak times. Mr. President, I have spent the time reviewing these estimates, and programs and projects identified in them are to the benefit of the citizens of this country. Mr. President, the people of Barbados have renewed the mandate of the Barbados Labour Party in January 2022. And for that, we are thankful. We will continue to work for them and show them that we care. Mr. President, the critics and the noises from the wannabe leaders is deafening. And they are criticizing for criticizing's sake, all in an effort to catch the eye of the media so they can get headlines, and they are not offering any suggestions to how to rectify the problem that they are identifying. Mr. President, I am sure you are aware that I was part of an opposition party. We opposed the work of the then government, rightly so, but we also gave solutions and showed how, if given the chance, we will make a difference. While in opposition, we prepared ourselves for coming to office. A shadow cabinet was selected, and we went to the people through our Rubbing Shoulders program and our BLP Mass Canvas, BLP on the Road. We went across the length of breadth of this country, and we heard from the people. We worked hard, and I'm saying hard, so you are not given anything by not working. And not just do press conferences. On occasions, we went to people and we helped them, we heard from them, and we did not have the cameras with us. It was not necessary because we were about helping people. We were not about promoting ourselves, and I know of what I speak. We were given a chance, and we made a positive difference in the lives of many citizens of this country who continue to show appreciation. And Mr. President, I am going to list a few of the things, because there are so many, that this government have done for the people of this country because they gave us the opportunity to make their lives better. All of a sudden, we cannot remember life before 2018. There was talk about the devaluation of the Barbados dollar. That was on the lips of most persons. That was a thing we eliminated. We rebuilt our foreign reserves. Okay, we took it from 15 weeks. We fixed the sewage on the South Coast. That persons did not want to, tourists did not want to come to Barbados because of this. So we fixed the sewage. We pleased the people. We removed, because the people were suffering, we removed the garbage that was all over Barbados. We brought in new garbage trucks. We have improved on them. We are now, the workers of the sanitation don't have to lift those bins. We now have bins that automatically. Pretty. We put buses back on the roads. We alleviate water woes, and I can speak to this one. In St. Joseph and St. John, the people are now getting what they deserve and what they paid for. Running water. We increased the non-contributory pensions from $155 to $225. We started back something that was taught, the reverse tax credit of $1,300 for those earning less than $18,000 annually. And this is something that persons are benefiting from. We created the Household Mitigation Unit at the time of need, when persons were unemployed, did not know where the next meal was coming from. We gave $600 a month to vulnerable families. We gave them that stipend. And I did not touch the university fees that we paid. I didn't touch those. And I'm only giving you some because I know my colleagues need to speak to what this government has been doing since 2018. so I don't want to give all. Mr. President, like I said, those are just a few of the things done by this government. And in closing, I again pledge my support to this appropriation bill before this honorable chamber and commend the hard and good work being done by this government as it continues to provide a better life for the people of this fair land. As they navigate rough waves with resilience. Mr. President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you, Senator Paris. Speakers? I'm not seeing any indication of speakers. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to continue from where Honorable Senator Paris finished. I, too, want to speak somewhat on the work of the Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs, only because I've been listening to a lot of the discussions on this appropriation bill, and for some reason, from the time I was a child, every time it gets around to this part of the year in Barbados, the conversation is always centered on economics and finance in terms of dollars and cents. This, to my mind, is only part and parcel of a story, because we act as if money will solve every possible problem. We behave as if the almighty dollar, you're right, if only money could talk, it would probably tell us and correct us in that particular sort of a mindset. But I say all of that to say this. I remember a former prime minister, and I'm being very serious, being ridiculed for saying that Barbados is not just an economy, it's a society. And oftentimes, when we are battling back and forth, people can take sentences or quotes and shift them into any way you want. Sometimes it comes out good, and another time it might come out bad. But the reality is this: without people, then the economy. Just think about it. As much as the academics will talk, as much as the economists will talk, without people, they know the economy. Yeah, exactly. And so if you strengthen the human capital, you stand a much better chance of overcoming all of the niggling financial problems than you do if you only zero in on the monetary side of it all the time, all the time, all the time. And that's why the work of Minister Humphrey and his ministry is important. Let's take a look at what happened over the last probably 2.5 to 3 years, where at some point in time, you have people losing jobs, people not knowing where they're going to get the next meal from due to losing those jobs. When things like that begin to happen, there's a certain amount of fear that comes into an individual, family, society, organizations, all sorts of things. As long as there's unknowing, people become fearful. Whenever people become fearful, one of the first things that they do is that they make rational decisions. They do. Yeah. Because they can't think out things all day. There's so much in fear. You either go into a state of inertia where you do absolutely nothing, or you find yourself in a state of panic where you can't stop to think out steps that you must take to get out of whatever the problem is. One of the unfortunate things about political tribalism is that people oftentimes use that particular tactic to put a society in a state of fear, looking at things and picking them down, dropping small bits of information, not the full picture, but giving you just that amount that begins to create that fear. And we have seen this type of behavior time and time again. You heard Senator Paris explain certain things that were said in terms of people losing jobs. Untrue. You've heard things about rising taxes coming. Untrue. And the thing just goes on and on and on. And each time, a member of this side has to get up to refute some claim that is not based in fact or based in truth. It's disappointing for me. Because regardless of what side of the fence you are on, and I feel a little different and a little, sometimes there's a shortage of people who get it, who actually understand how serious it is for small island states like this to survive, and how vulnerable they are in the scheme of the world. So that the decisions that we make to say things or do things to create unnecessary fear within the society is a serious thing that needs to be addressed. Do you need any legislation that you can bring to address it? But it's a matter of person's conscience. And what is more important, for me to have one up on you, or for us to rally and pull our country in a direction that is beneficial for everybody? And I challenge people today to stop and think sometimes beyond the party politics of what it is that you're saying and how it impacts on those persons who we may consider especially to be the most vulnerable among us. You know, we continue to say and use little quotes like the country's greatest resource is its people. Okay? We say it all the time. But if you don't put it into practice, it is nothing but empty words. Because if you're just looking to score points and putting people in this panic state, then you can't seriously believe that. You just can't. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we have an opportunity here and now to begin to change how we treat to ourselves as Barbadians. And I say that because when we look back, and I'm not going to make any excuses for this government or for anybody, but the reality is that this government came into power not because the people in Barbados saw 30 candidates that they love. Well, if you believe that, you're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself. They didn't go and vote because it's like, oh dear, I see such and such a body, this sweet fella or this sweet girl. No. They went out and voted in 2018 because they feared for their lives. Let me be real. Not fear for your life from bullets and guns and this kind of thing, but they feared for their lives in terms of what direction this country is going. And people went out and made a decision and gave a mandate to the Barbados Labour Party government to change the trajectory of where they felt they were going. This is nothing new. This has been the story of Barbadian politics from the time I was 11 years old and started to follow it. From one generation to the next. It happens all the time, regardless of which party it is. And so it is important that as we debate and discuss where we are going now, which is what I would call the transformational stage of Barbados in 2023 and beyond, that persons who are of small minds and small voices with small concepts should take a small glimpse into reality and begin to seriously think about how and what they say on these calling programs. Get your facts straight. Yeah? Get your facts straight.
And the moderators.
Yes, and the persons, yes, I hear you and I agree. And the persons who moderate must also do the same thing.
Have the facts.
Must have the facts. Right? And you can't bring your own personal politics into those conversations at that particular point in time. You can't. You can't. You can't. You can't. You just can't. Because as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I have a different perspective of Barbados. And I think sometimes, I really do. I feel sometimes that the people just don't get it. They don't understand where tiny states like this sit in the scheme of the world. How, when, like old people will say all the time, if such as a place sneeze, Barbados catch a cold. It is the reality of what we have. And sometimes measuring ourselves by what you see on the internet in the United States of America or in Europe or in Japan or somewhere in Asia or some other places, it does not make sense. It just don't create. And understanding our history in itself should give one a little bit more, and I'm going to choose my words carefully. I use the word patience, because I think that's the best word that I could use. Yeah, that people should have a little bit more patience in terms of the things that they expect, in terms of their expectations of all sorts of things. There is nowhere under the sun that in 3 years and a half, going 4 years, that you correct, that any government, I don't care which party word it is, unless it's probably in the Middle East and they got a lot of oil money and other things like that going on, you could correct the mistakes of 10 years. It's impossible. It will take time. It certainly took time to get from where it was in 2007 to where it was in 2018. And it has to take time to get to where it needs to go. Now, is the government always going to be right? Is the Prime Minister always going to be right? No. I've known her for a very long time. I never heard her say she was God yet, or that she was a divine being. She's a human being. And as with the best laid plans, there will be hitches. There will be all sorts of things. But you have to be prepared, if you're wrong, to say, well, I'm wrong on this one, and correct it, and move on. But if you listen to the programs, and if sometimes you read some of the things in the newspapers, or you see some of the comments on social media, you would believe that people went to the polls and voted for a pack of complete fools. But you would believe that based on some of the things that you see people write. And you have, again, I go back to it because I feel as if we keep losing the plot in the name of just one-upping on others. You know, I saw a few things talking about cybersecurity and all of this stuff. And I took the opportunity to go and do a little bit of research. And unfortunately, I don't have my notes here with me because I wanted to touch on that in particular. But just the whole thing that I looked at was how many breaches in places that are in the forefront of the technology and all this stuff. People had with identity theft and government things that have been breached and all of this sort of stuff in places that we follow. And like I said before, who are in the forefront of these things. It's not that we should ignore the concerns that people have, because there are legitimate concerns. But when I said earlier that we have to be, or we have to exhibit some type of patience when it comes to some of these issues, it is important we don't make the technologies. And sometimes I wonder, when we speak, if we realize that we depend on the rest of the world for everything. If you're talking about medicines, are we in the forefront of doing anything like that? The answer is no. If you're dealing with software and all these things, are we in the forefront of any of those things? Again, a resounding no. We're always playing catch up. But even in my own, I should say, sphere of knowledge and stuff, entertainment and different things like that, we're always playing catch up. If there's new equipment to come out, nobody in Barbados is in the forefront of creating it. We have to wait until somebody else does it and then get involved. Then you gotta learn how to use it and all of these kind of things. So it is with almost every aspect of our lives. And so it is important, definitely important, that we begin to take a little bit more of a serious approach to when we come to this time of the year and to these debates. What we have done, what this government has been able to do, is to steady, and I'm going to use some words from some of my contemporaries throughout the region. Is to steady what could have been another sinking ship. What it is attempting to do now, after stabilizing this beautiful ship we call Barbados, is to begin to get the ship moving in a direction out of these uncertain waters, so to speak, that we found ourselves in through no fault of our own. We all know what the impact of COVID-19 has been. We know what the impact of the freak storm, of the hurricane. We know what these impacts have done and what they continue to do. But we also have to understand that there's no magic wand to get us to where we want to be. It is a process. And in this appropriation bill, and I listened very carefully to all of the heads, and you can see where people, ministers, PSAs, technocrats, persons have been working tirelessly to come up with policies, to come up with legislation, to come up with projects and different things to get us moving in the right direction. Mr. President, in that ministry, they spoke about a number of initiatives to deal with the elderly. But they also spoke about gender issues. One of the things that I specifically took a little look at was the section where they spoke about dealing with men in particular. And that spoke to me in a complete different way. Having had the privilege of working at the Boys Government Industrial School for a number of years, I have some knowledge of some of the problems that young men face. And when I moved from being a young man, Johnny my boy, to a man, I have insight into what problems men face, but are silent about. And this is where I need to do a little bit more research on some of the things that the ministry is going to be undertaking where it concerns men. But I keep my ears to the ground, and I've listened very carefully to a number of men crying out in silence. If you understand how that is, about things like domestic violence, things like the inability for child visitation. And this is a hypocritical society that we live in. Because when we talk about domestic violence, as it pertains to a man being the perpetrator, everyone condemns, and we talk social justice and all of these things. But when the tables are turned, we either become very silent or we ridicule the victims. And I am hoping that in the programs that are being developed by the ministry, that this is an issue that seriously needs to be dealt with. On the issue of men and their rights to visitation for children in relationships that may have failed, this is also another matter for concern. Because one of the greatest atrocities that we have faced as a people is the destruction of the family. And I'm going to say it again. One of the greatest atrocities we face as a people is the destruction of the family. Especially if the male figurehead is made to look incompetent, incapable, and value less, other than a financial supporter. Men in this country have a lot of problems. We cannot continue to sweep these things under the carpet. One of the reasons why you have so much of what we call young men involved in guns and all these things is the absence of male figureheads. This is a problem that we talk about, and again, it's one of those problems that everybody wants to throw money at it. But it's much wider than that. And that is why the work of Minister Humphrey, Minister Lane, is going to be so important. But you cannot just look at it in terms of the young men themselves, because you have to start to think about the problems that affect the older men, who should be setting the examples and being the mentors for the younger ones. Mr. President, the elderly, and I'm going to have to repeat this particular part because it was something that I was really, really concerned about. Senator Parris talked about some of the atrocities that have been meted out to the elderly in our society. I have not seen the legislation that is coming to deal with a lot of these things, but I'll be brutally honest. I hope that they are severe, because for me, it is unconscionable that you can have older persons who would have sacrificed, worked hard, mentored, done whatever they needed to do so that you and I can enjoy the type of life that we have today, then finding themselves abandoned or finding themselves, I guess the word would be swindled by family members or people from outside of their families, left in some instances, as was mentioned earlier, at Queen Elizabeth Hospital, psychiatric hospital, and no, Senator, you said that they were left at Harrison's Point. And there seems to be no sort of accountability to their relatives, immediate family, nothing. And the state cannot in any way be seen to, I guess, support this thing unwittingly. It just is not right. And the amount of money that we spend on trying to fix these particular problems, for me, is, how much is too much? When you have to fix the lives of your people, especially the elderly, the vulnerable, and children, and add to that your meals. And so, Mr. President, I fully support, can't say it any other way, what that particular ministry is doing, and I'm very impressed. But I wanted to speak specifically to these kinds of things because I know that because the work that they do is not considered very, I can choose parliamentary words, the real sexy, or one of those things that is going to get a big bundle of debate on it. But it is important work. It's important work. And you must always encourage and give credit where credit is due for such things. And we talk about building up people. One of the other avenues that I took a look at coming out of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Sports. You know, sport in itself, we have an opportunity based on our geography, positioning where we are, on the weather that we have. A simple thing. Talked about it on many, many occasions. There is no reason why the refurbishment, upgrading, whichever words you want to use, of playing fields, of pavilions and different things across this country cannot be used and done in such a manner that you have different sporting teams from different parts of the world willing to come to Barbados and not only just play games, but use it for times of practice when there may be winter in the places where they don't have the opportunity to do it. It's not a new concept. It's something that we've been doing for many, many years. But I believe that the opportunity presents itself now, since the country itself has a wide or wider or huger profile, that you start to begin to capitalize on these types of opportunities. I know for sure that in St. Lucie, for instance, Mr. President, that we have swimming teams coming in on a regular basis and using an Olympic-sized pool for training in St. Lucie, right? There are a lot of things that are happening under our noses that we are not capitalizing on. For many years, I remember you had things like I think it was the Banks Hockey Festival, these types of things. You had, how do you say, it was like over 40s football, seniors, masters football. Had all of these type of things going on. You had all the regattas and the different things that were happening at that particular point in time. All of these things lend to, you know, income streams for a wide cross-section of people. And I think we seriously need to put some effort in these areas, which are, I guess what you would some people might see them as non-traditional, but I see them as part and parcel of us being able, you know, to widen the scope. You keep hearing people talking about broadening the scope of economic activity. And I think the sporting arena gives us that type of an opportunity to do it. You've got the gymnasium there. Simple matter of fixing the floor. And again, you can have from NBA teams to other league teams to use that facility for practice. I've seen things where college teams go to like Bahamas and different places with facilities less than what we have. But they're capitalizing on it. Maybe it's because distance and ticket pricing and stuff might not be as expensive as moving to Barbados. But I always say to people that if you offer a person the things that they can't find or readily find in other places, price is not a problem. They will pay for it. They will pay for it. And so I want us, as these conversations continue on where the country is going, that persons begin to think wider than just the same old, same old. It's all adage. If you do the same thing over and over and expect a different result, it's insanity. And I look around this table and I've worked around insanity for many years. I don't see any insane people here at all. Not one. Not that you're not capable, but you're not there yet. But the point is that when we come to this place and when persons go to the other place, it really is right or wrong in some of these decisions. I can't think of anyone who puts themselves up for office without some sort of real love and real sense of barbarianness or patriotism, whichever words we want to use, for their country. And though we may disagree on certain things at times, I know where the hearts of all the honorable members are. And so, Mr. President, again, I just want to give my support to this bill, and I wish that we can get more persons within the public domain and also within the political arenas to, yes, everything can't be to your liking. You must speak out about the things you don't like. You must challenge establishment and challenge government on things that you think may be wrong or can be done better. But the whole idea of falsehoods, it must stop. It has to stop. It does not speak well about us as a people, and we don't have to follow fashion. And it's one of the things that I've always prided myself on being. I don't follow anything but my conscience and my religious beliefs, nothing else. I don't care who you are, where you come from, what you do. Not important. But I believe that at some point in time, people have to start thinking in a complete different way. Because we could got the most brilliant minds in the world. We could do the most brilliant things in the world. And you would always see that every single great civilization across the world, all of them have either imploded and failed when they moved away from the core values that got them to where they were. And with those few words, sir, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really am going to start where the Honorable Senator King left off, because some of the words that he echoed just now are really a reflection of my contribution this afternoon. Particularly when he said, doing the same things over and over again could only be insanity. Those were the words, I believe, of Einstein, Albert Einstein. Allegedly, Mr. President. And unlike some that have come to the chamber within the last year, I've had the privilege, Mr. President, of going through this process now, I think about 3 or 4 times. And I would confess, Mr. President, that there's a growing frustration that I have. There is a growing frustration that I have. And Mr. President, that frustration is with the process of the estimates debate. Sir, I know many persons, including the honorable member who's not in his chair, unfortunately, would expect me to speak on a number of economic issues. It would be expected of me to come and speak about growth in the economy, or lack thereof, or to talk about the deficit that is scheduled and projected to be $854 million this year. Or possibly speak at length about what happens if the domestic market does not take up the BOSS Plus bonds. There's a domestic financing gap of $377 million as outlined in the estimates. Or, sir, I could talk about the total debt stock at $14 billion that is in the addendum of the estimates. Or, sir, I could even speak about the projected capital expenditure, well, not projected anymore, but from January to March this year, that's estimated at $365 million, 3 times the amount of what was anticipated to be spent from April to December of last year. 3 times as much we're going to spend in 3 months versus 1 year. And I would ask the question, are we really being effective and efficient as it relates to some of our expenditure if these are the types of projections that we have? Or, Mr. President, I could talk at length about the myriad of taxes. That has been a talking point in our society. How heavily taxed Barbadians are. But that is a double-edged sword, because the taxes that we pay are the revenues to cover the expenditures for all the things that Barbadians want in relation to social services. Or, so I could even talk about things like the debt service. It has increased by $547 million in the last 3 years. But, Mr. President, doing the same things over and over, sometimes maybe insanity. So, I will live up to the claim that Senator King just said. He does not believe that there are no insane senators in the chamber. And, sir, what I want to speak about this afternoon is a bit of a departure. Because I could talk about all of these things, but when I go through this document called the Estimates 2023-2024, in terms of what is actually being achieved by each ministry and each department, there is no public record, Mr. President, as it relates to the annual performance of the reviews and key outputs of these ministries and departments. Mr. President, luckily, I borrowed the Barbados Labour Party manifesto from an honorable colleague. No, I don't have my own. Mr. President, I will ignore the asides. Good, Mr. President. But being very serious, Mr. President, if we continue to track what was spoken about by the leader of government business this morning in relation to national development and nation building, we cannot rely solely anymore on political manifestos to track our progress and performance. Mr. President, there's a book called Reinventing Government by Osborne and Gabler, 1992. And they made some key observations about measuring performance in the public sector. And there are a few things I want to highlight here. It says, if you don't measure results, you can't tell success from failure. If you can't see success, you can't reward it. If you can't reward success, you're probably rewarding failure. If you can't see success, you can't learn from it. If you can't recognize failure, you can't correct it. And if you can't demonstrate results, you cannot win public support. Sir, I challenge any one of my honorable colleagues to give me an official audited report of what the performance of each ministry in relation to key outputs and services and what has been the value for money proposition in the last 5 years. Good. Sir, what, I can get to the voting, don't worry. Sir, what we know as national development is somewhat obscured because we have no account of what the public sector has been able to achieve over the years, and that's irrespective of administrations. This is talking about the institutional strengthening of the public sector, Mr. President. Sir, The estimates in their current format do not allow for any evaluation then of the results and what has been done during the previous financial years. And my honorable colleague this morning noted about performance management. And I take his point and I elevate it and I reiterate it, Mr. President. Because there is no monitoring framework of outputs and outcomes, so then this becomes a lack of transparency between what is said, now in the well of Parliament, and money spent. So, and this is where the gripe comes with the public. Because the government may have in their hands what? Yes, I can get there too. So I can ignore these things. Good. Good. The gripe, sir, is with the public because a lot of the times, Mr. President, we hear about programs and projects. The government tells us what is being done. However, there isn't a public record. And let me be very clear what I'm talking about. That is audited in terms of the work that is being done in every ministry and department. Sir, if people are constantly complaining about the lack of service and the work that's being done by ministries, we have the explanations, as I said, that happens in the other place. But at no point in time do we have a stock take in terms of the stage of completion or lack thereof of these programs and projects in relation to the financing, unless it is verbally given by a minister or public servant, or some ministries, few and far in between, give an account of what is happening in their ministries. Sir, if we, as we know, say that we are a small, open economy, we are vulnerable to external shocks, as we heard earlier this morning, and continue to run large deficits in relation to our productive capacity, sir, I am of the view that we need to be very clear on what our outputs and our outcomes from expenditures are, Mr. President. Mr. President, what I am asking for is something that can be objectively assessed. And that is why I made clear reference to an audited public record. Because it is very good for a government to come and place anything in their manifesto and shout from the pulpit of what they have done. But what is also very clear and was mentioned earlier in a speech, in another contribution, is that governments come and governments go, projects are abandoned, and then we have this disjointed trajectory of national development because there is no accountability of what is supposed to happen on a long-term basis in our public sector. Mr. President, if we do not explicitly state what it is that ministries are trying to achieve in terms of, let me call it key performance indicators for those who may be more comfortable with that term, then that is why you have a wide part of your society feeling as though their monies are spent in a black hole. That is where, as I said, that is where the gripe comes from. And this, what I'm proposing, could be for the benefit of any government, because the track record would then be there. Mr. President, if taxpayers are unhappy with how public funds are being spent, and the government has no way in a formal process of presenting performance, then, sir, in the 21st century, the process is flawed. And I know it is flawed because part of why the introduction of civil servants in the well was to alleviate some of that. That was the whole point of it, for public service to come and say, why are you being allocated these funds and what are your programs and projects? But yet, Mr. President, I believe this is the third year now, if you have not sat and watched hours on end about what is happening in those departments, you are still ignorant to what is happening in any ministry. Because you certainly cannot get it, Mr. President, from the estimates, the physical document of the estimates. Sir, and to even prove that what I am saying has validity, the Public Finance Management Act of 2019 that we passed in this very chamber, Part 7 and 8, begin to address some of the things that I'm speaking about, but somehow we're not able to implement it. Sir, Section 89 of the Public Finance Management Act 2019 states, under the heading Annual Report on Non-Financial Performance, a minister shall no later than 3 months after the end of every financial year prepare an annual report on the non-financial performance of the public entities or commercial state-owned enterprises he is responsible for. Mr. President, it says the annual report on non-financial performance shall be laid in Parliament no later than the day the Auditor General has laid the financial statement of the government. Mr. President, when we go down to Section 90, because that deals with state-owned enterprises, when we speak about central government, it speaks to the publication of financial statements and annual report of the government. The Director of Finance shall publish the financial statements, the audit operation, and the annual report of government on the official website of the government. Mr. President, up to the time of rising to my feet, I asked for the annual report for 2022. Sir, I do not have possession of that annual report. Sir, it goes on, Part 8, Ministry Accountability. Performance of Ministry, Section 92 of that Act. The financial and non-financial performance report expected for a ministry shall be included in the estimates. And shall be submitted to the minister responsible for finance by the minister. So, sir, I'm not sure then if I'm asking for things that are fanciful, as being suggested, but it is here in the Public Finance Management Act. And sir, what I am speaking to, I believe, would bring robustness to our democracy. I can get to cabinet and build institutional strength and move us away from relying on manifestos that by default, Mr. President, have a political bias. Sir, if you have a process where you cannot track performance in an objective way, Mr. President, then we will continue to have a political environment where there is showmanship, one-upship, and people on the ground feel as though their tax dollars, because it doesn't belong to the government, it belongs to the people of Barbados, it is the public purse, is not being spent in a way that affects their lives. Mr. President, further to that, If you sit and think about our democracy, Barbadians have zero say in how any of this money is allocated. Let me say that again. The taxpayers of Barbados have no direct way by which they have a say in how 4.2 billion of their dollars is spent and allocated. And that's just the truth. Sir, the government in 2021 moved to a parliamentary republic. And we said we needed to have a reflection of ourselves as a head of state, as the head of state. Sir, I beg with your leave, Mr. President, the asides are becoming distracting. When I sit in my chair, I give everyone respect, and I expect the same, Mr. President. Sir, because we said we were moving to a republic status, because we were capable of governing our own affairs. Sir, and if that holds true, then we have to ask ourselves some further questions. How does our political system empower citizens to influence their own economic realities? How can the relationship between citizens and government change, Mr. President, to enhance political participation, to democratize our economy? And more specifically, Mr. President, in the context of this estimates debate, does the current estimates process cultivate a people-centered democratic republic? Sir, and don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Good. In our style of democracy, Mr. President, essentially we, the citizens, and these are just facts. They're uncomfortable truths, but truths nonetheless. We relinquish power as citizens to government after we voted. That is just an uncomfortable truth. We, the people, relinquish the power to the government. And that is how it works, Mr. President. And, sir, sir, I'm here at 29%. That is an aside. Sir, is this style of democracy, Mr. President, still fit for purpose in an era? Because this is something we adopted from the plantation era, Mr. President. So is this style of democracy still fit for purpose in an era, Mr. President, where you have educated Barbadians? You've spent billions of dollars year after year in educating generations of Barbadians, and then asking them to relinquish full control to a government. These are just questions that I'm asking, and I'm really happy to see that it is making persons a little uncomfortable, and that's what I want sometimes. But sir, you know, don't worry. Sir, at this point, Mr. President, citizens have effectively, in this style of democracy, no real power. And that is the point that I want to make. And when we have a situation like the one that we've had in 2018 and 2022, where there's no opposition, your citizens are then placed on the margins if they have any issues, disputes, or problems that they want to ventilate based on what the government of the day is doing. And you may have a benevolent government who then changes course based on those complaints, and that is fine. That is fine, Mr. President. But what is clear is that there's no real system of recourse for the average citizen after an election has been had.
On a point of order, Mr. President, I just want to identify that this government maintains the position of ombudsman, which is on the books, which provides recourse for citizens. I also, as well, Mr. President, want to indicate that this government in particular was the government that introduced the well that you spoke to, that allows for citizens to be able to observe the interrogation and the questioning. It is not our fault that there is no opposition, Mr. President, in order then to allow for that level of debate. But we have made all the necessary provisions. I also, as well, Mr. President, want to note that there is an Auditor General report as well that reports on the performance of governments based on what it is that they have set out to do. And the Auditor General's report, particularly for 2022, identified management deficits in the context of government's functioning, because that is the office that is established in order to be able to do so. So, Mr. President, we need to make sure that in the context of how we tell the truth, that we are putting up, that we tell the complete truth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please continue, Senator Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Effectively, government determines the priorities based on the manifestos. And as I said before, and I'll say it again, us mere citizens have no formal means of engaging the political process to alter or change course. Sir, we live in a democracy where the servants of the public, which is known as the government, dictates what gets addressed, what gets financed, and the public has no formal way, as I said, of affecting the change or affecting change in the budgetary or estimates process, despite having the process in the well, Mr. President. And, sir, I strongly believe that this is a serious area of inquiry as we try to wrestle what this new republic looks like, Mr. President, so that it can serve us all, because there may be a notion that it serves some, but it does not serve all, Mr. President. And, sir, what I will submit in this presentation is that Barbadians, based on the challenges that we face, based on the structure of our democracy, can no longer be passengers in the governing of their country. Mr. President, the current model of Western democracy is fostering a level of apathy, growing distrust, Mr. President, and what appears to be across the Western world, the capture of governments by corporate interests through campaign financing, lobbying, and the procurement of lucrative contracts, Mr. President. And, sir, what I am speaking of is not just in relation to Barbados. Sir, the OECD last year in a study found that only 51% of the population of OECD member countries trust their governments. In addition, only 40% consider they have a say. 40% consider that they have a say in what their government does, Mr. President. And I wonder what those numbers would look like for Barbados. Sir, and the level of apathy that I'm speaking to is also showing up in how many people are participating in the electoral process. The last time the voter turnout in Barbados was greater than 70% was in 1986. 37 years ago. And since then, Mr. President, we've barely maintained a level of about 60% engaging in the election process. And then we had the election of 2022, where 41% of persons, albeit COVID-19 pandemic, participated in elections. And sir, some may wonder, as clearly is being said around the table, why am I speaking about this in the estimates debate? Why am I speaking about this in the estimates debate? Because, sir, the estimates of revenue and expenditure and all of the factors that stem from it are predicated on trust between a government and its citizens. Sir, without the trust of Barbadians, all of the policies, all of the programs, all the aspirations, Mr. President, come to naught because the public has lost faith in the governing process, Mr. President. Sir, and if you think that my contribution is being misplaced, I invite members to go and look at the IDB report entitled The Key to Social Cohesion and Growth in Latin America and the Caribbean, because it noted that trust is the most pressing and yet least discussed problem confronting Latin America and the Caribbean. That's why I'm speaking about it in the estimates debate, because it is the least discussed problem, but most pressing, Mr. President, as it relates to social cohesion and growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. Sir, the publication goes on to say that trust in the region is the lowest in the world, with an average of fewer than 3 in 10 people trusting their governments, and only 1 in 10, Mr. President, considering other people trustworthy.
On a point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Tate.
Really? I'm referring, sir, to Rule 37 of the Standing Orders. And I'm saying, sir, a senator president, it starts, I beg your pardon. I've risen on a point of order, sir. I'm making reference to the Standing Orders of the Senate, sir. I'm referring to Rule 37, page 25. A senator present in the Senate during the debate, C, shall maintain silence while another senator is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders. There is provision for interruption, sir, by way of, 1, the way I rose, sir, on a point of order. And what is going on in here, sir, currently is disturbingly, to my mind, unparliamentary. Senator Dreyes is speaking, and the asides, apart from anything else, are just plain disrespectful. They're unmanly, they're rude, and they are not allowing Senator Dreyes the basic right as she has
to make her submissions. Who want to get on like they're at home, can go outside, do what they have to do, and get on like they're home.
Just a minute, Senator Tate.
Because what is going on in here is
Yeah.
not good enough, and so I rise on a point of order, ask the chair to make a decision on what is supposed to happen, because when the government senators are speaking, nobody does that to them. And if they don't want to hear her speak, rather than interrupt her and be rude like that, go outside and come back. Sir.
Senator Tate, first of all, though, the other standing orders also says you cannot use insulting language to other senators or including improper motives. So you said that the behavior was unmannerly and rude, and that in my judgment is order, senators, please. But anyway, in terms of your substantive point, orders, members of the Senate, please. In terms of your substantive point, I give Senator Milk a latitude. Now, if we apply the rule in its pristine state, all of the regular interaction that occurs on an ongoing basis among senators will have to cease. So you get into matters of degrees of latitude. I'm here to protect the interests of all senators speaking, but also in a mature chamber of responsible senators, give latitude all day long, well, not all day, at various points during the day. Senators have conversations to their colleague, they may motion across the floor, they may voice things across the floor, and if I were to apply the rule of 100% silence, we have a chamber of another kind, which really, in my judgment, is not what you need. I will assure every senator, I will guarantee the protection of them all. And senators are, however, to take note of Senator Tate's very timely reminder that Standing Order 37 is indeed intended to protect us all when we're on our feet from those who are on other parts of their anatomy and who, according to such rule, are to give the person who's speaking every opportunity to make their point, whether they agree with it or not. I do not think that at this point, matters out of hand, like I said, you can't have it both ways. If it is the Senate's wish that there be peace, perfect peace and silence when everybody's speaking, we can go that route 100% and they can enforce that rigorously. If in this mature Senate, members are able to quietly exchange a word, pass a note, share a view, then let us go that route. But I will maintain appropriate order. Senator Drakes, please continue. Members, please allow Senator Drakes to make her point without undue interruption.
Sir, I hope that the last point that I left off on is not what is happening here. There's a breakdown in trust, Mr. President. But anyhow.
That will never happen in this chamber. We're all honorable members, and honorable members trust one another. So that is not a matter that should enter the record at all. There's no breakdown of trust among honorable senators.
Sir, going back to my submission, I think we have to ask, based on the report coming from the IDB, about this matter of trust and how it impacts a society, how it impacts nation building, how it impacts national development, Mr. President. We have to ask ourselves, where as well is this lack of trust coming from? And how is it impacting people and how they engage in the political process? And sir, one of the things that we hear anecdotally on the ground, a lot of the times when you speak to persons and you ask them about politicians, they will say, them we know good. Right? They know so and so good. Right, Mr. President? But a lot of the times, Mr. President, they will speak to things like the wastage of funds, Mr. President, the inefficiencies in ministries, Mr. President, the misappropriation of public funds that the Honorable Senator on the other side got up and spoke about in terms of the Auditor General report. Those are the things that are frustrating Barbadians on the ground as it relates to the political process and governing, Mr. President. And on top of all of that, Mr. President, you have this sense as well.
On a point of order, Mr. President, I really don't want to formally interrupt the honourable member, but I am concerned that the honourable member may be misleading the House. I'm not certain that she has done so deliberately, but she started by making the point that when there are questions raised about politicians, and then she immediately went to misappropriation of funds and the Auditor General's reports. Now, the linking of those things together can serve to suggest to an innocent public that there is misappropriation of funds by people of the political class. I would wish the senator first, I would wish Mr. President to ask that that be struck from the record, one, and second, that it be appropriately reframed so that the honourable senator would not be permitted to give to the public any suggestion at all that in Auditor General's reports of Barbados that politicians have been seen or spoken of misappropriating funds. I only know of one, and I hear that he's to come back from prison at the end of the month. Back to the Dempster, into its bosom, and perhaps to overthrow the existing political night watchman who is the current president.
Senate. Senator Drakes, did you indicate that the...
I said, sir, anecdotally.
Yes, but however, am I careful listening? Was there some imputation? It wasn't a direct statement that the Auditor General's report referred to misappropriation. I heard the senators say that the public has made those accusations. However, I would discourage you from doing, Senator Drakes, though, is to read them into the record as if they are statements of fact. And therefore, out of an abundance of caution, I would invite you to withdraw those and to rephrase, to very clearly indicate, just for the record, that these are perceptions of the public as opposed to assertions from an honourable member.
And she's speaking about it in the context of trust. That's all. It's very, very dangerous.
Press on, Senator Drakes.
Sir, I can go off of the, for 1 second. Because when I was writing and preparing for this, there's a part of me, I don't come from political royalty, and I've never joined a political party. I've not come up in the traditional political parties. So, Mr. President, there is a perspective that I bring to this chamber that is very different from those who sit in the bowels of the political class. And my perspective, Mr. President, and this is why I'm speaking in this context, because sometimes we get so caught up in our own circles that we forget what is really happening on the outside and how people feel. And this country will run itself.
Mr. President, sir, I rise on a point of order. I do not wish to interrupt the honourable senator's description of whether she has come from political royalty or the political plebiscite. That is not my concern. My concern is that the honourable member is speaking on matters of trust. She has linked the misappropriation of funds with politicians and with the Auditor General's report and with people's perception. It is a dangerous political stew, although she would claim innocence of any political association or affiliation. But what she has put in there is the confluence of words, imputations, and suggestions which adversely impact potentially the reputation and perception of honorable members of this chamber and the wider political class. Whether she aspires to be political royalty or to remain in the political plebiscite is not my concern. You invited her, Mr. President, to withdraw the words that she used, and instead she went into her description of her political roots. I am unconcerned with those. I am more concerned with the damage to reputation that is being done, the inference that has been put on the record, and the potential then for members of the media to repeat it as if it is acceptable. It is not, sir.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Drake, just withdraw the offending commentary and move on, please. Your
Sir,
point is
I'm
made.
guided by you, and the public will make their own judgment on what has just occurred.
Senator Drakes.
You're ignoring the
I said I'm guided by him.
Right.
I said that first.
And we'll have those imputations struck and just move on. Your point is
I'm
made.
guided by you, Mr. President, and I said the public watching will make their own judgment of what just occurred. But, Mr. President, I want to now move on to, and I'm hoping now that this does not.
Just to be clear, just to be clear, Senator Drakes, I heard the point about the public, that's fine. But usually we need a concurrence that the words would be withdrawn and just move on from there. So the member, when I ruled on Senator Thompson's first point of order, the indication was that since you cannot impute improper motives and improper conduct to members of the honorable members, that on the abundance of caution, that you suggesting you withdraw the suggestion that the Auditor General has pointed to misappropriation of funds by politicians or the political class, and just move on from there, please.
Sir, as I said, I am guided by you. Sir, I will ask that the statement that I made that clearly is.
Just withdraw.
I will withdraw the statement, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Drakes.
No, I can listen to your side.
I don't know, because it don't get better. Sir, sir, I want to make no reference to the right excellent Earl Walter Barrow. Given that we spoke about some of these issues with trust, because I still want to keep on that principle of trust between the government and the public. And the whole issue of how monies are spent and allocated, Mr. President. So these are his words, not mine. So what kind of mirror image would you have of yourself if there are corrupt ministers in Barbados tonight? You have made them corrupt. He says, I am not trying to make any excuses for you, but I realize what has happened in this society. You have people who are living on the brink of and at subsistence level. I look around and I see people who have not done an honest day's work in their whole lives driving around MP cars, having an ostentatious standard of living, unlike my poor family in St. John, who the welfare officer gives $50 to feed a family of 10 for a whole week. What kind of mirror image do you have of yourself? Why do you sit down there and try to put people on the moon too? Instead of using $100 million to develop the potential of the young scientists that we have and the young doctors that we have, we spend it putting up, listen to this carefully, Mr. President, we spend it putting up an expression of monumental edifice behind the cathedral and call it a central bank building because we think that people develop by ostentation, by showing off and by not developing people, Mr. President. But when a government steals from people in the way of consumption taxes and takes that money and spends it on their own high lifestyles, the unnecessary buildings, then that the government not only has then that government not only has contempt for you, Mr. President, he said, but what is most unfortunate, you have contempt for yourself because you allow it, Mr. President. And sir, my remarks this afternoon, I know may be challenging for a lot of persons who are in the chamber and probably who are listening as well. Because I am asking us to re-examine processes and systems. This is not an attack on a specific administration or a specific person. I am talking about processes and systems that are ingrained and embedded in what we call the political process, Mr. President, the political system. How do we govern ourselves and how do we share or diffuse power so that people can feel that they can trust and be a part of decision making? That is all I'm asking. That is all I'm speaking to. I am speaking to structure. How things are done, Mr. President. And all I am saying is it time, given anecdotally, because now I have to speak in those terms, but even based on reports coming from the international community about public apathy and their disengagement with the political process, Mr. President, how do we deepen citizens' engagement, Mr. President? And sir, I said all of that to say to come to a point. Mr. President, how does a government broaden the base of power so that people can engage more with how monies are spent? Where is it allocated? How is it allocated? Sir, there is a concept called participatory budgeting. A concept called participatory budgeting. It's a form of citizen participation where the average citizen is allowed to be involved in the process of deciding how public money is spent. And it gives the average citizen a role in scrutinizing and monitoring the process of the allocation of budgets. Sir, this process began in 1989 in a part of Brazil called Porto Alegre. And when it was instituted, participatory budgeting, when it was instituted, it was credited for shifting the priorities to better support the poorest parts of the city, improving services, improving infrastructure, strengthening governance, and increasing citizens' participation. And what it does is allows citizens to have control over where the budget is spent. So, Mr. President, through this process, the budget then reflects the strengths, the needs, and the aspirations of the population, and that the budgeting process engages citizens, it strengthens democracy, and budgets are then spent in areas that citizens feel as though it is for the betterment of them, Mr. President. Sir, countries such as Switzerland, Netherlands, Canada, all have their own forms or models of participatory budgeting. Sir, and if by some blessing, it is something that we believe can help us in building what we have coined as this new Republic of Barbados. Is there a design that we can come up with that can then become a critical part of the political architecture of Barbados governance systems? Because, sir, we need people to be engaged, and we need to create systems that continue to shed light on decision-making and empower people. Sir, and a natural place to start, I believe, in this type of concept is first setting priorities for spending and the distribution of public funds. And, Mr. President, you may ask, how would that work? Sir, this year's estimates could be scrutinized in a way by which the public then determines what are the priorities for them. We saw this type of engagement when we had reforms for the SOE in the first BERT program. Citizens were asked which SOEs they believe gave the best type of service and which ones needed to be kept and which ones could we consolidate. It's very similar, Mr. President, very similar. So it's nothing new that I'm really proposing, but just in a different context as it relates to the estimates. So, for example, what are our priority areas? Is it, or are they public health, education, transportation, agriculture? Where on the totem pole do these things lie when we have scarce resources? Then we can delve into the monies that are being allocated for each of these things, Mr. President. For instance, I'm sure that the honorable member on the other side that has substantive responsibility, do persons think that building a new geriatric hospital to the tune of $100 million in the first phase is worth it over upgrading the existing Seoul hospital? Or even upgrading the polyclinics that we have, Mr. President? Could you imagine, Mr. President, what $100 million would do over the 9 polyclinics? The Winston Scott Polyclinic is only allocated $12 million. Eunice Gibson, $4 million. Maurice Bayer, $5.9 million. St. Philip, $4 million. And the list goes on and on. So what does the public think, Mr. President, of how we are spending $100 million, Mr. President, as it relates to our health services? Mr. President, when we are having this process, I really want the government to remember that they do not just serve the persons who voted for them. And it is said most of the times, but based on the reaction today in this chamber, I really want the government to remember it does not just govern for those who support the party. Mr. President, we have to get off. Sir, we have to, at some point, demonstrate some political maturity, Mr. President.
Let's hear the senator in order, in silence, please.
And sir, as I wrap up, because you've noted that my time has been so in this next stage of our democracy, I want us to really think, reason, debate, and brainstorm on how we transform systems to serve all, Mr. President. And unfortunately, Mr. President, some of the things that will benefit us in the future means that those who have power will have to relinquish some of it. And those who do not engage with processes will now have to engage. And that is me referring to the government, on one hand, in relinquishing power, and on the other, citizens, in terms of educating and informing yourself on what happens in the political process, Mr. President. Sir, because the world that we are entering and are currently in will be unforgiving to any small open economy, Mr. President, who does not deepen their democracy. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rex. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of today's sitting until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Tomorrow, March 21st at 10 a.m.
Just a reminder, honourable members, that there are specific rules concerning the resumption of a sitting on suspension and be guided accordingly. 10 o'clock is not 2 o'clock. And therefore, I put the question. The question is that this Honourable Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, March 21st, 2023. All of the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. This sitting is therefore duly suspended.